Spider took some rounds to the
I didn't get my foot shot off, though, but he did.
Yeah, thank God you're not in there.
He was in The Sopranos. That was Christopher Montesanti, by the way. He was in The Sopranos.
Michael Imperioli.
Yes, absolutely.
So Cold Cuts, that episode, is that when they take somebody back into the...
Satrials and slice them up?
And slice them up?
No, it's not.
No.
But it's, that's a great title for it, though.
Yeah. Now, is Satrials, it's not a real place, is it?
No, it's not. But if you ever go to New Jersey, I did my surgical residency, was right in that area as well, so you can see where all the places were filmed. It was just a facade, and so was the Bada Bing. It's called Satin Dolls. It's actually still there. But
so it is a strip club, though?
It is a strip club.
Did they get some of the girls that dance for Satin Dolls to dance at the Bada Bing?
That I don't know, but I'm sure there was lots of auditions.
Yeah, probably so. So, like Jimmy the Gent, for instance, like when you ran into...
By the way, played by Robert De Niro in the classic Goodfellas.
Right. Otherwise, would he seem like a really nice guy? Like if you were just unaware of what he did?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're great, personable people. They're like politicians.
Like to have fun, right?
They commit different types of crime, but they're politicians. They're glad hand. They're just friendly people, but you still got to be careful with them. They don't want to draw attention themselves and do anything to quote unquote civilians. But if you get them angry or something like that, you can see some tempers flaring. And same with their kids. I could tell you a story about one of them with my brother was dating a girl that this guy was interested in while we were away. When my brother was in the house, where he tried to break into our house, and my parents called the police. They didn't do anything, so he did it a second time. My mother called his father, and they're Sicilian. My mother was Sicilian, and at the dinner time, the doorbell rang, and this guy dragged the kid up in his bathing suit with soaking wet hair, made him kneel down and beg forgiveness for my mother, and kind of beat the tar in front of our house. It never happened again.
Wow.
They don't want to draw attention to things where the police come and have to get involved with that.
Would he have done that for a non-Sicilian family? Was it the respect among the Sicilians?
He probably wouldn't have brought her into the house, the house in front of my mother, but they probably still would have beat him up a little bit and kind of disciplined them because they just don't want to draw attention to him.
So I don't know if you heard this earlier on the show. And by the way, if you're interested, preemptive strikes, if you're starting to lose a little hair, 205-319-0316. Dr. Beckenstein is in studio with us. Dunaway earlier in the show, you probably weren't listening. If he had a genie bottle, his first wish is he wants pectorials. And I told him you could hook him up with some pecs, can't you?
Well, I wouldn't do that because you can go to the gym like I do and get them for free. It's just $10 a month at Planet Fitness. You can get them all you want.
He said, get off, you lazy bum.
That's right.
You don't do the pecs for guys.
I won't, no. There's some things I won't do. Calf, there are some guys that genetically have short calves and want to compete. I don't do them, but some people will. But no, go to the gym and do it the right way.
Yeah,
lose the weight, work out, get healthier.
You told us weight training was going to start a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I thought it was a running joke on the show. Is it not a running joke on the show?
It didn't start as one, I don't know.
I'll be in the best shape of my life by July 4th. That's a running joke on the show, I thought.
But what year?
Yeah, exactly. 1 year. It rolls around every year. God, you catch on quick, Dr. B.
I love him.
The doctorate in the show there. Tell us how we can get in touch with Dr. B here, and if you're younger than me and can still fill that dome in.
Yeah, look, he's a guy that's been doing this for 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic reconstructive procedures. Just make a call today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. Dr. B, thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend.
Oh, please. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Appreciate being here.
We're back at 9 a.m. Central again on Monday. We appreciate all our guests this week and what has been an interesting week of SEC football, all coming at the dead time of year. SEC baseball tournament next week out at the Hoover Met. Look forward to seeing some of you out there. And until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Where will Brown go next? The Next Round. your home for the Bracket Challenge. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
96 days until the start of college football, and a lot to get to today. And it was a fun weekend. Great weather outside until the rains came, but I was glad to finally see some rain again. I was getting drought-like in a lot of places. We'll talk about some things that are outside this week in the Birmingham area, including the SEC tournament for baseball, which comes to the Hoover Met. We got a specialty show, a bonus show this afternoon over near the Met at Beef O'Brady's. We'll be there 4 to 6 Central Time. Beef O'Brady's over in Hoover, just off I-459 near the Met. A great place for you to hang out as you're making your way out to watch the SEC baseball tournament, which has both Alabama and Auburn playing Tuesday right out of the gate here. Practice sessions going on over there today and everything. But we start with another major championship for Alabama golfer Justin Thomas. Boy, it was a day of comebacks. A 7-stroke deficit when the day starts, and JT ends up holding up the trophy again.
That was amazing. That was
you just don't get those, really.
Crazy drama on 18, and Justin Thomas said, look, before the day started, I noticed that the 6 guys in front of me, none of them had ever won a major.
That's right.
And so you're just waiting for that meltdown.
Most of them had never won a PGA Tour event, much less a major. So when you looked at the leaderboard, you're like, if you were a Justin Thomas supporter, can he come back from 6 down or 7 down? And you're like, I don't know. But, boy, look at those guys in front of him. I don't know who scares me. There weren't a whole lot of Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelsons and Brooks Koepkas and Dustin Johnsons ahead of him.
I look at Justin Thomas, and I made this observation to you day one at the Masters as opposed to day one at the PGA Championship. His body language looks so much more relaxed everywhere but Augusta, because I think he wants that one. Like, if you put truth serum with Justin Thomas,
right?
I think he covets the Masters Championship more than any of them. And
I think most golfers do.
He looks tight.
Yeah.
He looks tight at Augusta, and that course sets up good for the way he plays, right, at Augusta.
He's one of those that any course is fine for him, the way he can move the ball. But yes,
he should win there someday.
He should win there someday.
He looks like because he's one of the favorites this year. He looks so tight first round, and then the first round at the PGA Championship, I said, oh, he looks like the Justin Thomas that wins in California or Hawaii or wherever he wins. He looks more comfortable at this event.
But it looked like he had played his way out of it. Yeah. It did. I mean, even with all of that, it looked like he had played his way out of it. I mean, Mito Pereira is a good young golfer, but the way he played 18 will stick with you for life.
What was up with that tee shot?
I don't know. Everything just got in full fast motion for him. Like, he had a good tee shot on 16. Then he had a fatty up by the green. Hit a bad chip, saved it with a great putt. He goes to 17. He almost makes birdie there, but he didn't, it didn't look like a fully committed swing off the tee. Almost makes birdie there. Doesn't commit to the swing on 18. The drop, he hits a shot to 18, doesn't commit to that swing, doesn't commit to the chip. It's like everything got him fast forward for him.
Well, that putt on 17, I thought it was going in.
Well, if it goes in, he's got a 2-shot lead.
And it's pretty much over at that point.
He can bunt it down the fairway on 18.
I mean, you would think.
Yeah.
I was hoping he wouldn't make that because I wanted to see some drama. I didn't want him to completely fall out. I was hoping that he got his up and down at least to take this to a 3-way playoff. But I just don't know why he was rushing his tee shot on 18. It didn't make any sense.
Well, you got all the time in the world. You don't want to completely get out of your routine.
And I know you said you wouldn't hit driver, but I would have gone 3-wood, laid up there.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with him hitting driver. You just got to commit to the swing. Don't try to – he half-weighted it, right? It's almost like he wanted to hit 3-wood but was afraid it wouldn't go far enough, so he tried to do something in between, guide a driver down there, and that's the last thing.
But he said because his swing looked different on 18 than any swing he's ever had in his life.
It's like he had a leg kick at the back.
Yeah, I mean, it was just wild.
It looked like somebody you would see out at, just a public golf course.
Yeah, one of our great sponsors of a variety of golf courses.
He played 18 like I typically – that's one of my better holes
right?
to get a double.
Yeah. That was probably closer to my swing on 18 than you'll ever see on the PGA Tour.
Probably so, yeah. But
I usually look that wacky on my normal swing.
Everything for him was an out-of-body experience at that point. I mean, once he hit that tee shot on 18, everything was out of body because, to Nick Faldo's point, he gets up to the chip shot on 18, never goes and looks at the other side of the hole. And Faldo's like, this is going to go opposite of what he thinks because he hasn't looked at it from the other side of the hole. Sure enough, it does, rolls off the green. He doesn't hit that shot. You could follow Mito Pereira for the next 1,000 holes he plays, and he doesn't hit a chip shot that bad.
Yeah, that showed you the pressure got to him. I mean, he was 100th in the world, would have been the first Chilean to win a major championship.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of those, right?
And just everything got to him.
It sped up, man.
I hate it for him. I at least wish he would have gotten to the playoff, and maybe his nerves calmed down. Once he got to a playoff, I thought it was going to be Justin Thomas. But Zalatoris on 16 had an opportunity to take a stroke lead, and a stroke lead in that 3-hole.
Well, once Justin Thomas hit that tee shot on 17, which is one of the best shots you'll ever see in major golf, that thing was over. I mean, once he hit that tee shot, it was done.
Chris, over in the chat room, JT gave a lot of credit to Bones, the former Phil Mickelson caddy, for his attitude.
Yeah, so good, man. And I'll give CBS credit and the networks credit for realizing the player-caddy communication is so valuable to the viewer, just hearing what those guys are going through. And several times this week, they caught Bones and JT in a back and forth, and you see why that guy was so good. You see why Mickelson never wanted him off his bag and why JT recruited him to his bag. The guy is so good at what he does.
Carey, well earned for JT. He was on the tougher side of the draw for the first 2 rounds and fought back and won it 7 strokes down, and now he's a 2-time major champion. Brownie, what does that mean going from – now both of them are PGA championships, but what does that mean for him and his legacy now? Not just one, but he's a 2-time major champion.
I mean, obviously a ton of guys have won 2. You get in much more exclusive territory when you – or a ton of guys have won 1, and they're one and done and they never get it back. You know, a great example of that is Fred Couples. Fred Couples is the best player in the world for a long time. He won 1 major. He won the 92 Masters, and a lot of people look at that and they're like, yeah, that's underwhelming. And I think Justin Thomas is that way. Had he finished his career with the 1 PGA championship, you would have said that's underwhelming for as good a player as he is. So you're in more rarefied air when you win 2. His next challenge is winning something that's not a PGA. And he's got the game to do that. Look, his game is good anywhere. I honestly think the way he plays, the British is the type that he could win because he's such a good shot maker. You know, he's got every shot in the bag, and you have to have that to win a British Open. You got to control your trajectory and the ball flight, and he is so good at doing that. Probably as good as anybody other than Bubba Watson at shaping the golf ball the way he wants it.
And he'll have a little confidence now as they go across the pond to play that. Is that next up, British?
No, the U.S. is next.
U.S. Open, then British. Okay.
It's at the Country Club. This is about as uppity as golf will ever sound. They play the U.S. Open at the Country Club in Brookline, Massachusetts. Not like the Country Club of. It is just the country club.
You know anything about it?
It's in Brookline, Massachusetts, so it may have been the first country club that the Pilgrims settled.
Yes. This is the one that would not allow Tom Brady to be a member when he was playing for the Patriots. They were like, no, thank you.
Wow.
So the northeastern Augusta.
Yeah, you could put it that way. Do you guys?
They said no to Tom Brady.
Yeah, reportedly. Yeah, I think they're one of those that doesn't talk about their membership, but yeah, that was the reports.
How do they hit the ball with their pinkies in the air?
I knew. I thought about this morning. I knew it would come up at some point.
It's a weird golf swing they've got there.
I was going to see. There's a list of people that they've, in theory, said no to. I'll see if I can find it. But Brady is on that list.
I bet it would have. I bet that was a decade ago.
I don't know when it was, but I think they weren't real interested in like the big name athletes. You know.
So you're saying now they'd let him in?
I would think so.
I don't know.
Pete Davidson, would they let Pete Davidson in?
No. This is, I don't know if do you guys remember, and you may not remember this, the Ryder Cup putt that Justin Leonard made where everybody rushed the green and went crazy?
Where they screamed?
Yeah, where everybody went nuts.
Yeah.
And that was at this course. That's that same course. Yeah.
They didn't frown on that. One of America's great moments. They didn't
they
frown
played
on
the
that.
Ryder Cup there?
Yeah. At the Country Club, yeah.
Yeah, the Country Club.
The Country Club. It's as uppity as golf will ever sound.
Hey,
and then the British is at St. Andrews.
One final point on
that's pretty uppity too.
What, St. Andrews?
Yeah.
It's named after a saint.
One final point on Pereira. If he just would have parred 18, it was a difference in right at $2 million.
Oh, yeah. Point. I think it was 1.8. Is that what it was?
Yep.
Yeah. More importantly, if Hideki Matsuyama is only +5 instead of +9, I win our office pool for the first time ever.
More importantly, yes.
He's +9, and I finished 4th. Highest I've ever finished.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing now that Tom Brady is in. Okay, I'd seen differently. I'll try to double check that.
How do you find out that he's in?
Wikipedia. But I had read that they were like, no, thank you.
Yeah. So Tom Brady is in as they play on the golf course at the country club.
Yeah, I'll have that answer by the time.
Exclusive people?
It's nice. It's nice of them letting the GOAT in. We'll do a whole segment a little bit later on.
I'll have that by the time we get to the U.S. Open.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. You talk about rarefied air and an elite group. Greg from Pell City is that. He is one of the most respected roofing contractors in all of the South, and he wants to get on your roof today and check it out. Well, today may be a slippery episode, but he wants to get there after the storms blow through and check out your roof for you. If you hadn't had your roof inspected in the last few years or after some recent storms, then call Greg up. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Couple of reasons why we recommend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. First, his company's successful and it's locally owned. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own it now. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer the best warranties in the industry. Insurance companies trust Greg that if he says you need this, they usually sign off on that and you get the best money you can get from your insurance company. And he gives you that free no-cost inspection. And keep his number on standby. If you do have roof damage, he's the first guy you should call. He's got his crews. They're local. They'll take care of you. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. Okay, absolute landmine by me. Now, listen, it's not because I'm an Alabama softball fan that they got landmine, because I have, cheered for them for years and years, and they usually are in the College World Series. They've won a national championship. They have a great year. But we have Montana Fouts on with Name, Image, and Likeness, a little relationship we have with her on our show every week. She'll be with us later this week. I went to my first game this year in person, but I gave the stat last week of how many regional games. They had not lost a game in the regionals of the NCAA tournament since 2007. And since they started the expanded format of the super regionals, Alabama softball had never not been in the super regionals. They had been in every super regional, which is the elite, the Sweet 16, if you will, the final 16 teams. They had been in the super regionals every year since they started that in 2005. Well, they lose a game on Saturday. They got to come back and beat Stanford twice on Sunday. They win the first one and force a Game 7 deciding game, winner take all, and then they lose the game. Montana throws over 400 pitches, 406 pitches, most of them against Stanford this past week, but they just can't get enough offense to get out of the regionals, and for the first time ever, Alabama doesn't advance.
Well, we talked about coming into this regional, their last 10 games, they had averaged less than 3 runs per game.
Yep.
And it was even worse this weekend. Is this the softball version of Buster Douglas over Mike Tyson? Is it that big of an upset?
No. Stanford's a Pac-12 team, and that. But this wasn't even the biggest upset of the weekend. Alabama was number 6 overall seed. Number 2, Florida State didn't get out of the regionals. Mississippi State beats them to advance on to get out. So usually you don't get a lot of upsets, especially of the top 8. They usually get out of these regionals, so a little bit more
parity, right?
Than it used to be. But those are 2 pretty big upsets at Florida State, who eliminated Alabama last year and played in the National Championship Series, and Alabama both didn't get out. But as I've said all year long, and won a stake one time during the pandemic, or maybe it was last year, won a stake last year from you. Nobody's beaten Oklahoma. Yeah. They beat Texas A&M in their regional championship game yesterday. Texas A&M from the SEC, pretty good team, 20-0.
20-0?
20-0.
Are you serious?
In softball terms, that is Georgia Tech over Swanee.
Wait a minute.
Alabama can't scratch a run.
They got 20 runs?
20-0 against an SEC team.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they were playing the team that won the SoCon and snuck into the NCAA, the Ivy League team or anything like that. They beat an SEC team to go to the Super Regionals 20-0.
And I think Oklahoma was out without one of their best players. I think I read that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. They've got a ton of them. So a little surprise. Auburn got eliminated earlier in the weekend as well. The SEC had everybody but 2 schools. They had 11 teams in this. And the super regionals are set up now, And the only SEC teams that are in it are Florida, who gets the opportunity to travel to Virginia Tech, Arkansas, who won the SEC regular season and the tournament. They'll host Texas, and Mississippi State, who shocked number 2 Arizona, and they actually get shocked number 2 Florida State. They get to play Arizona at home, so a good deal for Starkville.
Now A&M was next to last in the conference, 6-18. So, I mean, maybe they didn't deserve to be in the tournament, but still 20-0 is impressive. I just can't believe
how are they in at 6-18?
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's how powerful the SEC is.
It seems like the SEC got too many in, Lance. I think this is on the committee here.
I would agree with you.
Yeah,
that's a soft bubble.
6-18. I mean, they're 12 games below 500 in conference.
They beat Alabama. They won the series against Alabama earlier
Well, I
this
think
year.
what we're learning is Alabama wasn't as good as we thought they were, right?
Yeah, or maybe the SEC wasn't either. So 3 teams advanced into the Sweet 16. Oklahoma's the team to beat there, but good deal for Mississippi State. Tough break for Alabama. For the first time ever, not making the Super Regional. Before we set the table on what's ahead this week out at the Hoover Met, LT is going to tell us about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, getting you ready for the World Games, which are not far away. Montana Foult's next competitive game will be in the World Games for Team USA.
And the official vodka here on the next round is Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
All right, so the SEC baseball tournament will be dodging raindrops all week long. Starting Tuesday, single elimination games, but Alabama earned their way in over the weekend. They took 2 of 3 from number 5 Arkansas to secure their place in the SEC tournament. So you get both Alabama and Auburn playing Tuesday. Tuesday is single elimination day. It becomes a double elimination tournament on Wednesday. But on Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Remember when we were morning radio and we were out there and they'd play games at 9:30 in the morning?
Rockstar, that was his favorite on-location show he did.
You get the guy throwing T-shirts out with the band behind you or the DJ behind you.
DJ. Yeah, DJ. And you got...
we got T-shirts. We got T-shirts. Who wants a T-shirt? And then away. Just putting on a little show here, trying to do a live show.
The interesting thing is we go out there, you'd have no idea where lunch was going to be catered from.
Right.
And a lot of times it was places we've never even heard of.
Yeah, that's true. They have a place in Birmingham? I didn't know.
So 9:30, Alabama plays the first game out of the gate tomorrow at the Hoover Met. Georgia and Alabama, 9:30. Then you'll get a little Florida and South Carolina. Then Vandy and Ole Miss at 4:30. And then the late game, usually around 7:30, 8 o'clock, Auburn and Kentucky on that first day of the SEC tournament. All at the Hoover Met this week. Get out and enjoy a little baseball. One NFL note, and then we'll turn it over to you guys for best and worst of the weekend. You can do that on the phones with us at 205-734-0923, 734-0923, or you can jump into the chat room or on Twitter at Next Round Live. But a big NFL signing yesterday. Jadeveon Clowney, with his 9 sacks in 14 games last year, was a free agent, but he decides to go back to the Cleveland Browns, a 1-year, $11 million deal to go back one more year with them. Browns look pretty good on paper if Deshaun Watson is able to play a lot of games, most of the games at quarterback. Getting Clowney back. And then what do you think of Clowney's career so far? Has he been about what you expected? Has he underachieved? Has he overachieved? What do you think of Clowney so far?
He's underachieved. I mean, he's been good, but he was the number 1 overall pick. And when you're the number 1 overall pick, you
should be a Hall of Famer.
You should be a Hall of Famer. And Myles Garrett probably will be a Hall of Famer. He was a number 1 pick. He'll be on the opposite side now with Clowney. But, I think Clowney's been good, but hasn't been great.
Yeah, I mean, when he's
got 41 sacks in 8 seasons.
I was about to say that, Lance. He's never had double-digit sacks, ever. And when you're the number 1 overall draft pick at that position, I expect you to have some double-digit sack seasons. I know you're going to get a lot of blocking, but this is why we're paying you.
No, 9 sacks in 14 games last year is pretty close.
No, he would have gotten if he would have played full 17. But, Myles Garrett, I mean, to take a look at him, Myles Garrett's got, he had 16 sacks last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the type of player I want for Jadeveon Clowney when I draft him like that. If I'm Houston,
But if I'm on the other side, that means I'm helping him out a little bit too, maybe.
you are, but so is Myles Garrett, and he had 16 sacks.
Yeah,
so I mean, I can't just chalk it up and say, yeah, but he's freeing up blocking for everybody else.
But good on the glass half full side of this, so everything's not negative. It's a pretty good pickup for the Browns. They hold on to this guy, right?
Yeah, because he'll have a lot of one-on-one opportunities with Garrett on the other side. But just to put it in perspective, Garrett's been in the league 5 years. The last 4 years, rookie season was the only year he didn't have double-digit sacks.
Yeah, interesting pickup there for the Browns. They look good on paper. We'll see what Cleveland is able to do this year. All right, now it's your turn. Best and worst of the weekend. You think the Justin Thomas comeback was amazing? You think that's the best of the weekend? Let us know, and we'll hit best and worst of the weekend. I'm not even sure Thomas was the best comeback yesterday. Liverpool was about to be Premier League champions yesterday. They're up. They play all the games at the same time, and Man City was down 2-0. They had to score. They scored 3 goals in the final 15 minutes to win the Premier League championship. Browns settle down. 3-2 Man City rallies.
I was at the location you can imagine yesterday when it was going on.
And that's a Liverpool location, right?
And
devastation.
Well, some people in there were pulling for the other side because they were going nuts.
Were they really? Yeah.
How full was it?
It was pretty packed. I mean, I sat outside.
And everybody was interested in the game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Liverpool was playing. They were playing at the same time. So you think they were cheering when Liverpool was scoring, or?
Well, I mean, most people were dressed in red.
Yeah, it's Liverpool.
Okay.
Yeah. Man City's baby blue.
Okay.
Yeah. So when it was all said and done, probably after you left, there was great devastation.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure that building may not even be standing anymore.
Well, maybe maybe it was a bunch of groans instead of yells.
Yeah, maybe so.
Lance just wanted his food.
And they didn't have the chicken biscuit again. It's a great week.
It's a changing menu.
Well, chicken and waffles good though.
Is that what you went with?
Yeah.
Is it a big chicken breast?
It's a couple of chicken tenders.
See, that's the way I like chicken
do
and
too.
waffles. A
I
lot
do
of people
too.
do the fried chicken. I want chicken tenders on my chicken and waffles.
Yeah, chicken tenders that are spicy.
And
they're
thick and big and rich.
And they've got some kind of custom syrup that's got a lot of butter in it. It is delicious.
Yeah.
Mrs. Butterworth?
I may go do
good.
that.
Yeah, you need to.
So you don't like chicken tenders on your chicken and waffles?
I do if they're, like from Champy's where he makes his own chicken tenders. Like he cuts it up and then batters it up. I don't want them out of a frozen bag, no.
I don't think this is that.
Well, no. I mean, I think it went without saying that I want it excellent. I want excellence. But but I like the chicken tender instead of the fried chicken.
I don't like to call it a tender. I'd like him to, chop up some big chunks of white meat, batter it up and fry it.
I
and
honestly
throw it next to my waffle. Sure, I like that.
I don't like dealing with a bone.
I don't either. I mean, you got to go. You got to pick it up at that point.
Yeah, as the great '90s band once said, "I don't mind the bone."
What was that song?
What was that song?
It was in Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, I don't know. I don't mind the
Remember,
bone.
something
but she
Mary-
sure likes the bone.
Yeah, it was in Dumb and Dumber.
Like I went to Gladys Knight's chicken and waffle place over in Atlanta one time, and they did the fried chicken.
Oh, it's straight fried chicken.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that.
Yeah. All right. That's our opening segment here. When we come back, we'll do best and worst of the weekend. Part of our show being brought to you by Wayne's. Boy, this rain is falling outside. That's good for your yard, but even better than the rain, Wayne's.
Is that EnviroLawn agreement done away? The 1-year EnviroLawn agreement at Wayne's could get you that barefoot good summer lawn. There's still time to let Wayne's create that happy place for you this summer. They are the exclusive provider of termite control, pest control, mosquito control, and yard service for the next round. So they want you to be part of that family too, and they're going to help you save. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1, give them the code TNR for the next round. When you sign up for that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, they're going to give you the first month free. That's right. You're only going to pay for 11 of the 12 months when you use the code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it helps you save. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Best and worst of the weekend every Monday on the show throughout the year, not just during football season. But football will get here really fast. It was an interesting football note yesterday. We find out, actually not yesterday, it happened Friday afternoon and was reported over the weekend again, but Arizona State wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, who hit the portal back in the day, he ends up going to Florida. I mean, the talent that rolls into the SEC now with this portal, you never know what you're going to get when we kick things off. I mean, there's another playmaker coming from Arizona State that adds to the depth there of that Florida offense. Who knows what the Gators are going to look like if they get good quarterback play?
Did you see his announcement post?
I did not.
He is in a chair wearing Zumbas. No, it was Zubas. What was it?
Yeah, in the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Zumbas.
And the starter jacket that was like the satiny, and it just says Gators. If you button it together, it says Gators. I mean, it was like an 80s throwback, man, his announcement.
I bet he didn't pay for that.
Oh, I know he didn't.
I mean, his numbers weren't great, though. 48 receptions, 4 touchdowns last year.
No, but he's a veteran playmaker that can come in and help them out. I'm not saying he's Keyshawn Boutte, who if he had hit the portal would have changed
I think
everything.
It's all going to come down to how good Anthony Richardson is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Depending on what they get at quarterback, here's another weapon for them that goes down there. But that's a team that at times looked very average at wide receiver last year. 2 years ago, they looked fantastic when they had Pitts at tight end / receiver, and they had a lot of talent on the field. Yeah, and last year they took a step back. Hey, part of our show is brought to you by Hemp Hill. They bring you best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call the team. Hit Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, Andrew. Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Jack's best of the weekend was JT Justin Thomas winning the PGA Championship. His worst was the Alabama softball loss, not making it to the Super Regionals, first time ever. Those were our two big topics in our opening segment today, so that's what Jack's rings in there. You can do it as well at Next Round Live or over in the chat room as you watch us on our video stream today. My best of the weekend was the crowd. I got off the golf course Saturday and stopped at a place to have a little post-victory beer, and was up on one of the big screens. Was before the thunderstorm lightning delay, the crowd at Protective Stadium. I never see official numbers, but it looked to me like it was another 10 to 13,000 crowd for the Stallions game. Stallions are still unbeaten, and for their home games, pretty good crowds rolling in there. I thought it looked pretty good on TV.
It did. And Bo Scarborough had a nice game, over 100 yards and a touchdown. Stallions comeback win, as you said, remain undefeated. We had a buddy that was down there yesterday. I don't know why he was there. He was by himself, and he sent me pictures, and there was no one. And they had one mascot, walking around. So it's unfortunate you can't have that crowd for each and every game, but you understand it's difficult because people are backing the home team.
But are you going to go down on a Sunday when Birmingham's not playing?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, those 2 day games and it's 105 degrees inside the stadium.
I didn't expect anything, but it just looks so different.
It does, but that was my point. The drone shot that they kept doing high above the stadium coming back from the commercial break. It was on main NBC, almost like their Sunday night production. It was just really a good production, the sound of it and everything. It just looked legit, and then it doesn't when it's not other games. That was my best of the weekend.
I did think by now we would have people filtering into just some of these other random games for something to do. That hasn't really happened, has it? It's just, it is hard. You and I were talking about before Lance got here today, the 2 busiest months on my family calendar are May and December.
Yeah.
May is hard, man. It is hard to find extra time to do anything in May.
Well, my son,
especially if you have school-age kids.
Yeah, my son's senior year. You're going through this as well. You'll do it next year.
Yeah, I've got a graduation Wednesday night.
Yeah, there's so much stuff going on.
Where is it?
Downtown.
Yeah.
Be a pain.
It's like 400 kids.
I know.
Bartow Arena, though, right?
She got upset when I told her I was going to bring a flask.
Yeah.
I would too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not.
They do that for the weather. We did ours at the football stadium, back in the day. Out on the field, you couldn't see, everybody in the stands. It's a horrible seat.
Hot as 10 hells, too, right?
Yeah. I would recommend, I'll do a recommendation for you. Okay, so you've got the students that sit right in front of the stage. Right? And then you'll have everybody else in the arena here sitting around. I would sit, if I was you, right here, even with the stage, because you get great video of her walking across.
Is that not the first to go, or do people try to get in the front?
Well, the students are immediately in the front. I think that's going to be the first to go.
Okay.
So I would arrive late if I was you. I'd send the roommate early to save seats. Is what I would do.
See, I already dread this. My oldest is a year away, And I hate any event like dance recitals or whatever where you have to get there way before, and I do not save seats. I refuse to. My family can either get there on time or fend for themselves.
I think it's bad saving seats.
It's bad saving seats, and I hate having to have. Are these taken? No, I got 8 people that are coming right here. That's why I've got all these jackets and programs laid over the seats. I don't do that. I just refuse. I am not saving seats. Our call time is 11 o'clock. If you can't be there at 11, I'll video it for you or whatever. But I'm not saving seats. End of story. Do not do it. What?
I'm a seat saver.
Oh, that's awful. It's the worst
more importantly,
thing.
I like it when somebody saves my seat.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'll save a seat if it's 1 to 2.
Well, yeah.
But I can't go, like, I think there's
this
8.
row is ours.
Yeah, I am not doing that. I refuse.
But a lot of people do it.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah.
But, you think about 400 students, and Leighton, obviously Taylor, T comes
pretty late in the show.
So really, if I wasn't worried
Yeah.
about watching this whole thing, I could just get there late, right?
Yeah.
This is when it pays to go to a 1A school.
Yeah.
Rocky,
how many do you have walking in your class?
We had 5. It was a very brief
I mean, that is unbelievable. That's incredible.
do y'all walk just once, or do y'all keep walking back and forth?
We got to speak, too. That was real fun.
Everybody, huh? All 5.
So we had dinner, then graduation. I think it was dinner, then the ceremony, which was probably 30 minutes long.
Hell, I'd rather watch 5 speak than watch 400
there's zero
walk.
doubt.
I would recommend on your row, get the one, it's not the best seat where you get them coming across. There's one that goes up to a rail. Okay, and you can see them backstage a little bit before they go out, and it's not the best picture, but it's still really good. Plus, it works out where it's about 8 in the row, and you can just be the first person and just say, nope, all these are saved. The rest are, you don't have to put anything out. You just sit here, legs crossed, stay on your phone. People are like, hey, are those seats safe? Yeah, and you just keep going.
Okay.
That's what I'd recommend. That's my best of the weekend. What was your best of the weekend? Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Rockstar, this is going to be a photographic best of the weekend for those of you listening on audio. I will gladly describe. This comes from the PGA Championship, the Friday Tiger Woods. What do you guys notice in this photo? As this photo, what jumps out at you? Tiger Woods playing Friday at Southern Hills at the PGA Championship.
First off, I see Tiger Woods is
I'm going to walk up here. I can get a better
is being videotaped.
Videotaped, very videotaped.
I see that one guy is he's not on his phone. He's one guy is drinking a beer. One guy's from a years gone by. He is not videotaping Tiger.
That is my favorite part of this photo. It's my best of the weekend. This is a fantastic photo. You see, for those of you that can't see it, everybody in the photo has a cell phone in hand. Everybody videoing Tiger Woods hitting except one guy. Now go to the next photo, Rockstar. It's a close up of this guy. This guy just got his Michelob Ultra in hand, and just look at that look on his face, man.
Yeah, I'm just going to enjoy this moment.
I'm just going to soak this in because Tiger freaking Woods, the greatest of all time, is hitting in front of me. And you know what? I'm not going to have my phone out. I'm not going to video it. It's going to be in my mind.
That's right behind him, though, who's always behind the tall guy.
Yeah.
You know what I was looking for?
You got phone in hand. What?
I was looking for next round gear.
I
thought one of the phones had this on the back.
That would have been fantastic. Yeah. No, just dude clutching his Mick Ultra in 2 hands, and he's like, "This is the time of my life, man." Look at that guy. Isn't that who you want to be?
He's afraid that thing might get knocked over. It's $19.
$19.
Yeah, White Sox.
Oh yeah, this guy. He just showed up. He's like, "Man, I'm going to see Tiger Woods today," and Tiger's hitting right in front of him. I love that picture.
I do that sometimes. I don't always video or record. I just soak it in sometimes.
Yeah,
the dude behind him's not either.
No, he's got his phone in hand though. He's only not recording because his tall dude's standing in front of him. I love it, man. Is that guy just soaking it in?
Is that Ush to the right of him?
Really couldn't tell you.
Right there?
I did see my wife. My wife wanted what?
Your friend, Ush, who listens to the show. I was just making a reference there.
Yeah.
I really couldn't tell you if it was him or not. You took it seriously instead of giving me a little, probably Ush is everywhere or something.
Probably Ush is everywhere, Jim. My wife wanted to go to Costco after church yesterday, which is more crowded than an SEC football game on Sundays. And you mentioned the T-shirt. I'm just walking through Costco the other day, and guy runs into. I mean, it's so crowded. I run into a guy. Say, "Excuse me," and he's wearing a Next Round shirt. It is weird when that happens. Like you're just out in general public, and you run into a guy wearing your shirt.
Don't forget nextround.store. You can get those grudge match shirts and Hick versus Nick early, so you're not up against it on October the 8th. Get ready for that big week in college football coming up. There's a look at those shirts. You can buy them right now. Special pricing at nextround.store. Nextround.store. Father's Day coming up very soon. All right, what was the best thing you did this weekend? We'll get to more of our listeners on the other side.
A lot of pool time, and so we started pool golf up again this weekend.
Oh,
so it was a lot of fun.
And a major weekend.
We've gone from 9 holes, we've made it a full 18-hole course now. So it takes about just a 2-man game takes 30 minutes.
Do you have to account for the leaf blower, like you're downwind?
There was only one episode of leaf blowing this weekend.
You've got 18 spots to shoot from now?
Well, that's a lot.
I can't imagine.
It seemed like you had to squeeze 9 in.
Yeah.
The redesign is fascinating to me.
I'll tell you this. So Drew, our boy Chop, is not very good at it. He comes over, and he immediately hits the course record. And all weekend, all I got was he got a 30 in 18 holes, which is really good.
Yeah.
And all I got was the number 30 and all these 30 memes nonstop all weekend. He talks more shit than anybody I know.
Yeah. I don't blame him, though. A 30 on course record on the new course. I mean, he had no yardage sheets or anything.
231s this weekend, but my goal that Memorial Day weekend, come hell or high water, I'm going 29.
You're going to shoot a 29 out there?
Yeah, that's the goal, right?
That's the goal this weekend.
Well, I mean, you got to have some witness for it to count.
That's right. No, it's got to be a competition.
I don't have practice rounds by myself.
It can't be a practice round. It's got to be competition.
Yeah, there's got to be people out there. Yeah. And then worst of the weekend was probably Pereira, the 18th. I just hated
it's hard
it
to watch.
It really was.
Do you give him a ton of credit, though, for doing that interview with Amanda Balionis afterwards?
Yeah. Isn't it mandated?
No, not at all. Not for TV. No.
And you wonder if it's anybody like if Justin Thomas is the guy. Is there any chance he does that?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of guys. Hey, we asked to talk to Mito Pereira, and he politely declined. You hear that all the time.
But Pereira, I mean, look, had a great outlook. He said, "Look, when I got here Monday, I just wanted to make the cut."
Yeah.
Obviously when I was in the situation I was in today, I wanted to win, and it's unfortunate I didn't, but he had a great attitude about it.
He had played 71 holes without a double bogey. The only thing that could beat him is a double bogey.
Do you think we will see him again?
He's a good young player. Who knows, though? It's hard to get in that position.
Yeah. Well, honest to goodness, I think I played my first round of golf ever without a 7.
Yeah, over the weekend.
Yeah, down at one of our sponsors, Ballantrae. Yeah. I didn't have a 7, which is amazing for me. Didn't lose a ball.
Good round out of you, Dunaway.
Didn't lose a ball.
So no 3-pods?
Oh no, that's why I shot at 87. I hit the ball good enough to shoot my PR 81, but I 3-putted at 4 different holes.
I'll tell you who will be back at Zalatoris.
Yeah, he's not the
putter, I hear.
Not the best putter in the world, and that's what kills him most of the time. Though he did make a clutch putt on 18, but the guy's in the mix. It's seemingly every major right now. Yeah, I think he'll win one at some point.
Yeah. Chris says, next round gear is everywhere. I was in Nashville for the LSU Vandy game this weekend and saw a guy with a next round hat. We appreciate that a ton and love it when you guys send us that. We had a couple this weekend sent from down on the Gulf Coast. So there's one of them right there.
Dave Matthews was at that. We talked about the amphitheater.
The Orient Amphitheater?
Yeah, the Orient Amphitheater. And I had a buddy text me and he said he's already seen 3 landmine shirts at the one concert.
Really?
And then I saw our buddy Mark Nelson was one of the guys wearing a landmine.
Yeah.
Hey, we don't print those anymore, so that's a collector's item. Collector's item.
If people want to order them, we'll print more.
Yeah, collector's item right there. All right, we roll on. Nextround.store. You can go buy them. When we come back, more of best and worst of the weekend. Some of the show today being brought to you by Rockstars guy Adam Mestre. You were just telling me that sometimes you'll sit and read the Mestre listings because they go off the market so fast to Cord to make him sleep at night.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. I mean, it's interesting. Nothing makes him sleep. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Stallions are still unbeaten. Week 7 of 10 coming up this week. Stallions have a Sunday 1 o'clock game right after church on Main Fox as they take on the Pittsburgh Maulers. Get your tickets for the upcoming Stallions game right now with theusfl.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Thank you for all the New Age Girl tweets and texts. We appreciate you guys jumping into the conversation there. Interesting piece of video today from Ryan Fowler, radio guy in Tuscaloosa, has covered Alabama a long time. Jimbo Fisher, after the Tua game, the 2nd and 26, waiting for almost an hour just to congratulate Nick Saban on the national championship. If I'm right, that's when he was transitioning from Florida State to Texas A&M. It had already been announced as the Texas A&M coach, and was waiting just to congratulate Nick Saban on, at that time, tying Bear Bryant for the most national championships. It's a really interesting interview that Ryan had saved all these years. And
I heard you play it this morning, and it just is amazing at how quickly a relationship can change.
Yeah, well, that was the Jimbo going into the SEC, not having to battle Nick recruiting and in the same division. 5 years later, he feels very different about him. We'll jump back into that conversation after LT tells us about the great folks at Urology Centers of Alabama.
Hey, ladies, this May, the UCA Women's Center will join doctors and medical professionals nationwide to commemorate National Women's Health Month. This May, we aim to encourage women of all ages to make their health a top priority. When it comes to urologic health, it's not uncommon for many women to simply ignore issues or just think it's part of aging. There are solutions for women who are dealing with pelvic pain, overactive bladder, or urinary incontinence. With the right treatment plan, these conditions can be managed and get you or the woman back in your life to living happy and healthy. Do your part this Women's Health Month. Schedule a routine checkup appointment with an expert at the UCA Women's Center. The all-female team of urologists and nurse practitioners have years of experience and expertise in treating many conditions. Combined with the testing and treating resources available, you can take comfort in knowing that you're getting the highest caliber of care possible. To schedule that appointment, call 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920. Or visit UCAWomenCenter.com.
Okay, we've had a weekend to let this dust up, settle a little bit, but still on the big screen over here, tied before the fall, and it's Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher, and the discussion continues nationally. We're approaching the SEC meetings down in Destin after now 1, 2, and then a weekend to get away from it. 3 shows into this aftermath. Where are we on all this? What's next?
Well, the SEC meetings are next, and Greg Sankey probably brokering a piece still. It's crazy. Everywhere I went this weekend, people were asking me about it. I mean, I couldn't go anywhere without people. I think the common question to me was, everybody thinks Nick Saban is so calculated, which he is, and rarely missteps. The most common question to me was, do you think Saban messed up here? Do you think he meant to say what he said? And my answer has always been, he knows he's going to be asked about this. I mean, this is everywhere. The guy's the most calculated guy I've ever seen. I think he said exactly what he wanted to say.
Well, I think 2 interesting things over the weekend. Steve Spurrier basically backing.
He did.
Nick Saban, saying, here the quote is, quote, I don't know why he's mad at Saban. Did Saban say something that wasn't true?
That's so funny that Spurrier jumped in this.
So Spurrier, that was interesting. And then Sankey basically came out, Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, and said, NIL's one thing, but it seems like we've gotten to a point where people are just getting paid. Yeah. Straight up payments. And that's really what it is right now.
Nick Saban said, right? I mean, Sankey kind of said the same thing Saban said.
We talked about it this year. Like, I can't really remember a lot of guys doing endorsement deals. We had guys specifically on this show, but just out in the market, you've got, what did Nick Saban say, 25 people capitalized?
Again, Dunaway, I think it's a new road, and there's no posted speed limit yet. And A&M was going 190, and I think the rest of the conference is saying, well, we didn't know we were, there was no posted speed limit. Yeah, but you knew it wasn't 190.
You can read the Steve Spurrier comments in the morning rounds at the Next Round Live at nextroundlive.com, actually, nextroundlive.com. Top reads there. That's a Mike Griffith story. He talked with Steve Spurrier. Trey Stevens is an artist, and I think he does a lot of drawings out in for College Station for Texas A&M. Do you guys remember the Norman Rockwell drawings that were on, what was it, Saturday Evening Post?
Yeah. I've seen them.
The umpire waiting for rain and the kid getting a shot in his backside from a doctor, those type of drawings. He did a Rockwell-like drawing of that's Greg Sankey's office and Saban and Jimbo.
Well, he's aged them about 10 years each.
Yeah. Put on Jimbo. Jimbo got put on a little weight in that drawing there.
Did.
But there's Sankey's office, and they're waiting outside to go in.
That's pretty funny, actually.
I like Jimbo's got boots on and Saban's got no socks.
Yeah. The only thing wrong with the drawing is I think he started drawing feet first, because look at Saban's bottom foot, the one that's on the ground.
It's very weird.
It's pointing in the wrong direction. Like it's a dislocated foot at that point.
Like he got to the end, he's like, screw it, I'm not going to redo it.
Yeah, I think he probably started with the feet and worked his way up, it looks like. I don't draw Trey. Trey, if you're watching.
Do you think they've talked yet?
Who, Saban and Fisher?
Yep.
That's one of the funniest parts about that was how Fisher's like, man, I don't mind confrontation. I embrace confrontation. The coach, have you talked to Nick Saban? No, he called me. I didn't answer. I'm like, well, which one is it? You like confrontation or you're not going to talk to Nick Saban?
How many people like confrontation?
I don't.
Confrontation's very uncomfortable. It's needed at times, but yeah, I mean, if you can avoid it, probably the best route.
Hey, we'll talk to Peter Burns about the SEC baseball tournament. He also was covering the PGA Championship this week, so we'll talk about JT, Justin Thomas's big win coming up in our next segment. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. And I got one other college football note to tell you after LT tells you about how you can get the best mortgage in the game.
Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A&M did lose a commitment over the weekend. 4-star defensive lineman Anthony James from right there in the state of Texas decommitted. But because of the timing of it all, he had to send out a tweet that said, please, no assumptions that this has anything to do with anything going on. I just want to take visits all summer long and weigh my options out there. So that's a big loss on the defensive line for Texas A&M and Anthony James. Obviously, he could come back and recommit to him later on. We're a ways away from National Signing Day. All right, when we come back, we'll talk about everything with Peter Burns of the SEC Network right here on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
You seen what these kids are doing now? What's that? They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drink.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yep.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yep.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yep.
It does taste mighty good, though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm going to make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Quick look at your headlines before we talk to Peter Burns, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. It's absolutely free. You have nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com. Remember, Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform LASIK right here in the state of Alabama back in 1995. Make that call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
A 7-shot comeback for Justin Thomas. He wins his second major, both PGA Championships. We'll talk to Peter Burns about that. The Stallions are still unbeaten, now 6-0 in USFL play. Bo Scarborough, the former Alabama running back, with 105 yards and 2 touchdowns in the 33-17 win over Michigan. They play again Sunday, 1 o'clock, down at Protective Stadium, week 7 of 10 games in that regular season. Alabama softball misses the Super Regionals for the first time in program history. Stanford wins and advances. Arkansas, the SEC champions, okay into the Super Regionals. They play Texas. Florida advances on to the Super Regional. They play at Virginia Tech. And Mississippi State, even a bigger upset than Alabama losing, they beat number 2 Florida State, eliminated them. So Mississippi State is on to the Super Regional. The SEC baseball tournament starts tomorrow out at the Hoover Met, both Alabama and Auburn, part of day 1 action there.
Which is why Peter Burns is about to jump a plane to our fair city. But first, he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Burnsy? How are you?
I am a mad fury of packing before David DeLucci comes by and pick me up. So, I mean, are any of you guys wear size 33, 34 waist and like medium to large shirts? Because there's zero chance that I'm actually going to pack properly for baseball tournament going into Destin. Like, I should have thought about this. Like, what the hell was I doing other than watching the PGA Championship the last couple of days? Ridiculous.
I'll go ahead and tell you, I've got a half a closet full of 33s and pants that I don't get into anymore. But
yeah, they're fashionable.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, they're all from Banana Republic.
Do they have pleats? Are they like John Daly pants?
No.
Flat front? Are you flat front?
Yeah, they're all from Banana Republic.
Okay.
All bought within the last 5 years. They're just going to go to Vapor sometime soon. Yeah,
love it, boys. Love it. Yeah, I'm headed over there, and we were talking about it on my show this morning. I'm like, I have no idea whatever the hell to expect this week in Hoover, right? Like, normally you get a feel for, all right, these teams are coming in, but after watching what LSU did last week or this weekend rather in in Nashville, and they were incredible. You know, the fact that we're not going to have Mississippi State there after winning the title last year, like it's just it's a weird-ass tournament coming in today.
And look, and I know people save arms and set up for regionals, but this Tennessee team, with the attitude they've got, they seem like they want to win everything. Right now, would you take Tennessee or the field?
I'd take Tennessee right now. Know who I trust. Again, you know, it feels like there's certain things in baseball, in SEC baseball, there would be like 3 or 4 teams you're like, all right, any of these teams. I mean, go back and look at this earlier this year. We had 4 different teams ranked number 1 in the country at one point, right? But it feels like Tennessee's the only team that's been there. And I think you nailed it in the fact that it's an attitude, right? Like there's no, all right, we need to conserve this, we need to do this, and this is our game plan. They just show up and they're like, all right, where do we put our stuff before we kick your ass, right? That feels like that's the attitude that they have right now, and they're just so deep as well, you know. And it's not just their batting and their lineup. I mean, you know, pitching wise, they're incredible. And now they're trying to bring Ben Joyce, you know, not out of the bullpen, but giving him some starting reps. So, I mean, Vitello, it would be an absolute, I mean, just chaos if we do not see them in Omaha, because I think they have a chance to be arguably one of the best teams we've ever seen.
Peter Burns is with us at Peter Burns ESPN on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I guess the question I would have is, I mean, they play almost a modern day version of Gorilla Ball there in Knoxville. That doesn't seem to travel to Hoover. I don't know about Omaha either. Is that a concern for them, you think?
Well, it would be if they weren't leading the SEC and ERA and strikeouts.
Yeah, they do that. They do that pretty well too, right?
Yeah. You know, and so that's the thing. Like that's the difference. Like LSU, you know, kind of coined that gorilla ball, and they looked like it this weekend, but they don't have frontline pitching. You know, they've got a good bullpen, but that's the thing that Tennessee has. And I think the big thing for Tennessee, they just don't give you any free bases. I don't know where they rank as far as walks in the SEC. I don't recall a lot of, you know, anytime that I look. And that's not just, you know, great pitching. That's just, you know, the idea that everybody is so intimidated that they're going to have to put up a bunch of runs against Tennessee, that they start chasing early. And I think that's the issue that you know, you're able to get guys to get after bad pitches right now. So, I mean, they have it rolling. You know, Georgia's a weird story, too, that they've lost their last 4 weekend series. And, you know, you look at Arkansas, you know, probably on the outside looking in and not hosting a regional. Like, that's weird as hell right now, too.
Yeah, Alabama just took 2 or 3 from them to secure their spot. They play the first game tomorrow. We're talking to Peter Burns on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You know, I love the way Butch Thompson at Auburn manages his pitching staff. He's, to me, one of the best in the game at managing his pitching staff. But the show that Sonny DeShera has put on at the plate this year for Auburn has been fun to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's, you know, and we're going to run a feature over at the SEC baseball tournament this week about, you know, Sonny had a pretty traumatic injury growing up. And, you know, was basically told, hey, you're probably not going to play a whole lot more sports, right? You're either going to have to shut this down. And for Sonny to be like, no, I'm too active, I got to get into something. And to have that success, it's just been a fun story to watch. You know, we get caught up on all these, you know, Jimbo and Nick and his college football melting down. But then you see these stories like the Shera, you know, and I feel like that's the true college storyline. You see what Mississippi State did, knocking out of Florida State, the 2 seed in softball, like, you know, Samantha Ricketts' team and what they've done. Like, those to me are the quintessential college athletic stories, and that kind of get lost in the headlines of, you know, the big budget squads in sports.
One of the most amazing transformations we've ever seen, 2018 Joe Burrow, good quarterback, to 2019 Joe Burrow, elite quarterback, arguably the greatest season we've ever seen in the history of college football. Are we supposed to believe that Will Levis is going to have this transformation? Because I'm sure you've heard about it. I mean, there's every mock draft's got him in the top 10.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I remember when Jeremy Johnson was going to win the Heisman after 1 quarter of football, too. Remember, I mean, we were one of those days, at SEC Media Days. And, you know, I mean, I honestly think when you talk to people around Kentucky, they're trying to kind of pass batten down that expectations as well too. And I don't think anybody is coming in going, all right, here we go, this breakout. They would love to see it, but I mean, I don't expect to see it. I mean, I saw too many kind of easy throws last year, and that he missed, and the fact that you don't have that Wan'Dale Robinson, like that, that was his Tyreek Hill, that he could just get the ball into space and he could fix everything. I don't know if they ended up getting somebody on that roster through the transfer portal that's going to make that happen. So, listen, I think Levis is on the top half of the college football, as far as top half of the SEC, maybe be top 3. But to say that he's right here, right there, going to be a top 5 pick, I mean, buddy, if that's the case, then the SEC East is going to look a whole hell of a lot different than I originally thought.
Peter Burns with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's on his way to Birmingham for the SEC tournament. Then he'll head down to Destin for the SEC spring meetings, where we assume Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher will, for the first time, speak to one another. How do you anticipate that going? What does Greg Sankey do to broker peace? What's that situation like in Destin?
I mean, again, do they sit? Do they make sure they sit on opposite sides? I mean, listen, I've texted every single member of the SEC office, and I'll be like, how much do I have to offer in hello, downstairs, please. How many do you have? How much money can I offer somebody to just turn their phone on so I can listen to those coaches' meetings? Like, I would. How much would you pay right now if you said that you could be fly in the wall? You're there in the corner. Nobody's there. But you get a full access fee. I might say $1,000. I would pay $1,000 to be in that room.
Were you shocked by the comments?
No, because I kind of got a feeling after being in Tuscaloosa a while back that Nick was going to probably, escalate this to a certain extent to have a lot of people start talking about it, right? Like, Saban's come out and said, hey, are we sure this is what we want the sport to be? And it kind of is looking at pay for play type situation. And he said that a couple of times, and it makes the ESPN headline, and then it makes, the blogs, and we talk about it for half a day, but then we move on. And I felt like that was Nick going, all right, well, this is really an issue. I'm going to start naming some names and creating a little bit of a bigger stir about it. And I think that's what it did. And I think, at the same point, I think Jimbo right now and Saban, as you hear my dog Saban in the background, are fighting the same fight, right? And they're fighting the same fight of just tell us what the hell the rules are right now, and nobody really knows what the rules are. And it doesn't look like the NCAA is going to come out there and do anything about it anytime soon.
More memorable from your work at the PGA Championship, JT's 3-wood on 17 in the playoff, or Mito's meltdown on 18?
I mean, honestly, it's gonna end up being Mito's double bogey, because we'll talk about that like it's John Vandevelde for a while. Now, I mean, everybody talks about the shot that JT hit on 17, which was awesome. But I'll go back to it. If he doesn't stick that wedge on 16, where Zalatoris is already, on the green, I think it's over at that point. Because whenever JT stuck that wedge and made the birdie on 16, he knew at that point, all right, I've got the momentum. I just flipped it like match play. That gave him all the momentum to hit that shot on 17. And holy hell, what an incredible finish. I mean, it kind of was a bland tournament up until, the last 45 minutes?
Yep,
but
absolutely.
What a hell of a blockbuster to end.
It was. All right, he's Peter Burns. Follow him at Peter Burns ESPN. See him on the SEC Network from over at the Met this week, and then the SEC meetings just down the road in Destin. Peter, safe travels, man. We appreciate the time as always.
I just saw my Uber driver, David DeLucci, show up at my front door. So we at least got that aspect rolling. So,
timing.
See you boys there.
All right,
is he the one is he the one you said downstairs, please, to?
Yes, that's what it is. That's exactly what it was. So, and I'm going to just sit in the back of the car and not talk to him, just so I get the full Uber experience.
Yes, do that.
Works, so.
Do that, and give him a 5-star as well. Thank you, Peter. We'll see you.
Later, boys.
All right. Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
We're 96 days away from the start of college football. And if you're looking for a way to get to the games and, tailgate and enjoy it the best, Johnston RV Center can hook you up with that.
Absolutely they can, Jim Dunaway. JohnstonRVCenter.com is where you find all the information, like that new Clipper Ultralight and 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See Johnston RV Center for details. 2 great locations. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They do have financing available. They're home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand. And you can see everything. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
You can keep your best and worst of the weekend rolling in on Twitter at Next Round Live or over in the chat room. But I wanted to do our spotlight right here, brought to you every day by our friends at Baumhauer's. And it continues a theme that Mike Huguenin is doing at On3 Sports. He is writing different list columns and stuff, getting ready for college football. As I said, 96 days away. We talked about Friday, the best first year of coaches who took over, and we thought he bailed out a little bit at the end with Larry Coker at #1, but he had some interesting, successful first years of coaches at new jobs. He put a list together today of coaches who ended up being very successful that had horrible first years, the opposite of what we talked about Friday. And, we've heard some of these stories, but I don't think we recognized all of them. So I wanted to spend a few seconds here talking about them. From his list, Mike Huguenin, you can get the morning rounds, top reads. Barry Alvarez, Wisconsin. First season, 1990, 1-10. Hard to go from 1-10 to what Barry Alvarez ended up building Wisconsin into.
Yeah, because I think the year was 93, the 94 Rose Bowl. He was in it.
Yeah. So I think they were a pretty middle of the road program before he's kind of the father of their program.
Yeah, I never remembered Wisconsin.
One-win season.
1-10. Now, we all heard about Frank Beamer at Virginia Tech. That was a dog program. 1987, 2-9 his first year. And, he'd come from Murray State to take over his alma mater, 2-9, and he turned that into a Hall of Fame career.
Was that 2-19? Did they play in Legion Field?
Virginia Tech, they probably...
Do you guys remember Virginia Tech being on Bama's schedule, a game in Legion Field early on in Beamer's career?
No, I do not.
I remember when I was a kid, they were VPI back then. And it was always 77-6 when they played Alabama.
Beamer, obviously. Yeah. The only game I remember Alabama playing against Beamer was that bowl game in Nashville. That's the only one I remember.
And he won that one.
Oh, yeah. It was a beatdown.
Bobby Bowden at Florida State. Now, people forget how successful Bobby was at West Virginia.
Right.
And people were surprised he took the Florida State job. Not that bad, relatively speaking. 5-6 in 1976, his first year at Florida State.
I think they were a decade or two, not much more than that, removed from being a women's only college at that time. I mean, that's when you think about that. Like,
it's pretty incredible.
You've only had men in your school for like 20 years, and you're able to build that type of football program. That's pretty amazing.
And we didn't have a playoff for most of Bobby Bowden's career,
right?
But he went on a 14-season run of being in the top 5 every season at the end of the year.
Yeah.
It was
amazing. An amazing run. Can you imagine being the first guy, though? It's like, hey, Florida State, all women's school, we're going to let men in. You're like, okay.
Yeah. All right. Sign me up.
Where do I sign the papers?
We're only going to let 10 in at a time.
Okay. I'll be one.
Mac Brown, North Carolina, 1988. He was 1-10 his first year.
I do kind of remember that. I remember North Carolina. He built them into a consistent 9-win program. Speaking of Florida State, they would always have that one game against Florida State where you're like, all right, this is the year. This is the year Mac Brown and North Carolina could beat Florida State, and like 22-3
They've
later.
had a lot of ups and downs because, when Lawrence Taylor was either a junior or a senior, his final year, they were a top 5 team.
Yeah.
Kirk Ferentz at Iowa, 1999, 1-10 his first year.
Now, did he replace Hayden Fry? That's surprising if he replaced Hayden Fry.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
He did replace Hayden Fry. So 1-10 his first year.
Wow.
Bill Snyder, we've heard that story many times, 1-10 first time in 1989. Do you guys remember Mark Stoops at Kentucky? Because I remember when he took the job, and LT said his goal is to get to a bowl game and get out.
Yeah, escape Lexington was my motto.
I'm going to say
for him.
3-9 his first year.
2013, he was 2-10.
2-10, even worse.
2-10, coming from Florida State.
How did they win too?
Yep.
It's an amazing building job. It really is. I know the chat room loves Will Levis mentions in the show, and they're probably overestimating Will Levis, but the build that Stoops has done at Kentucky is remarkable.
Even Matt Campbell was 3-9 at Iowa State his first year, so better than some of those coaches at some better jobs. But I just find it interesting.
Saban wasn't on that list.
He wasn't, but they were 6 and 7?
Independence Bowl, a loss to Louisiana Monroe.
Yeah.
It was not a good team. It started out good, actually. I mean, I think people forget.
They opened 3-0 or 4-0.
Lost to Florida State in a yucky game at Jackson.
I thought they lost to Georgia.
Well, they lost to Georgia and to Florida State in a yucky game at Jackson.
I think Georgia was their first loss.
It was.
Overtime.
The Brittany game.
Great Matt Stafford drops it out of the chimney.
But even still, they're playing LSU in Tuscaloosa with a chance to win the West. As I remembered, Alabama was 6-2 in that game, and if they beat LSU, they've got the leg up in the West.
Yeah, you and I went to that game as
fans. We were
fans.
there. Go to the fourth quarter with the lead, as I remember it.
13-10.
Yeah, kind of gets away from them. I thought it was more than that.
Okay.
Kind of gets away from them. But I mean, that was not a bad team initially under Saban. They just had a really bad finish because after that, they lose to Mississippi State. They lose the Iron Bowl. They've got the La-Mo loss. It fell apart at the end.
Yeah, it did.
Turned out he was okay, though.
Not on the list there, but he did turn out okay there. You can see the whole Mike Hugan list and why he puts them on that list, part of the morning rounds with the top reads. Also, in the morning rounds today, the best read is from The Athletic. Their staff has dug into the history of Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban, and they've got some not off the record, but what's the word I'm looking for?
Off the radar? Off the beaten path?
They don't put their name to it. They are
off
anonymous.
The record.
They're off the record anonymous comments about the relationship over the years of people who have worked with Jimbo and Nick, the real behind the scenes of their relationship. And you can get that at The Athletic today, or just go for an easy link at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Part of our show today being brought to you by Baumhauer's. That was our Baumhauer Spotlight.
Yeah, our good friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he actually had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop by one of his great locations for lunch or dinner. Check out the Inflation Sucks menu. Baumhauer's trying to save you a few bucks. They've got fried Wickles for $6.99, tailgate burgers $7.99, barbecue Yardbird $9.99. Stop in today. Check it out at Baumhauer's.
All right, SEC baseball tournament starts tomorrow. Alabama's got the first game at 9:30. Auburn's got the last game, which usually goes around 7:30, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there. All at the Hoover Met. Get your tickets this week at the SEC baseball tournament. We're back with Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more football next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Braves in action tonight at 6:20. Sandy Alcantara, 6 hit them yesterday. Marlins beat the Braves 4-3. Both the Braves and Phillies, as they play in Atlanta tonight, 8 games back of the Mets as we approach Memorial Day weekend.
And again, the Mets aren't healthy right now. The Braves, this offense is concerning.
I mean, Buster brought it up the other day.
Acuna's going to be fine, but, 29 straight Braves were retired yesterday at one point.
They struggle to make contact at time. A lot of similarities between Alabama softball and the Braves right now, just not putting the ball in play. We'll see if the Braves can turn it around against a Phillies team that is supposed to be a contender as well. As they come to Atlanta for a series to start things off. Rockstar's viewing menu every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yes, bringing you memorable sports moments by our friend Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, call 1-800-735-2787 or online danielmooreart.com. And don't forget, submit your T-shirt design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com, submit it. It's all brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
After you asked you guys the name of a song that's currently in your head, Lance, you said that ABCDEFU, whatever, by
Gail.
The first thing I see when I'm looking for viewing menu items was this tonight on 8 p.m. at MTV Live, Push Showcases, 30-minute feature on Gail.
How many other songs does she have?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know anything about her.
I don't either.
They're going to push showcase on her on MTV
All right.
Live tonight.
You're
going to
want to watch that.
Is it a 30-minute special or a 3-hour special? That's going to let us know if we're missing some hits.
How many songs she has?
Yeah.
And something I just saw today that I have not heard anything about, and I'm a big fan of Better Call Saul. I'm probably 5 episodes behind. But AMC Plus, premiering tonight, is Slippin' Jimmy. It's an animated show. Before Saul Goodman, a criminal lawyer, and before Jimmy McGill, a lawyer anyone can trust, there was Slippin' Jimmy, a sly young slickster trying to make it through Catholic school without landing himself and his best pal Marco in detention again. It is an animated show. Have not heard anything about it.
I wonder
Starts
why.
tonight on AMC Plus. And then Stars, I don't know if it's on, but Gaslit. Has anybody watched Gaslit with Julia Roberts, Sean Penn?
No.
It's a modern take on the 1970s political Watergate scandal, including untold stories and forgotten characters of the time. It's an all-star cast. I have not heard anything about it.
I haven't either.
Yeah, I didn't know it existed until right then.
Yeah.
So 2 things from the weekend. Number one, I saw a trailer that's got Bryan Cranston in it, and I can't remember the female. Did you guys see that? It was I thought it was during the PGA. It was Bryan Cranston and a female, and they become professional. They're scamming the lottery. They're professional lottery players.
That's the second time you've in the show today. You've gone, did you see that? It's the second time I have not seen either one of those things. No, I feel like I miss things when you say, did you see it? And I'm like, God, I didn't see that either.
Well, I mean, it's just a trailer, but it's I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's Bryan Cranston, so I assumed you guys would like it because you like Bryan
I haven't
Cranston.
seen it.
I saw it in the Seinfeld episode over the weekend, late night, that had Bryan Cranston in it.
Oh, really?
Jerry and Marge Go Large.
Jerry and Marge Go Large, yeah. It's who's the female? Do you see?
I'm
It
looking.
was somebody I know recognized.
Annette Bening.
Annette Bening, that's right.
And Michael McKean.
Yeah. It looks, I mean, I don't know. I thought it had some promise to it, but I saw that it's on Paramount and in theaters. I don't know if that means anything anymore. The other thing, I started the one Rockstar suggested on Amazon, Night Sky.
I did too.
The acting's not great. I know y'all say J.K. Simmons is a good actor. He's not in
It all
this.
depends on script.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough. It's like, I told my wife, and I've watched 2 episodes and started the 3rd one because they love to end it with a cliffhanger. And I think I'm tapping out. It's like, I told my wife, it finally occurred to me, it's like Hallmark movies tried to make a sci-fi. That's what that's like.
I could see that. I watched 15 minutes, and in my 15 minutes, I just made the decision that this is just, it doesn't make sense. Now, I was on a Delta 8.
Yeah.
But
I don't think it would have made any
Probably
difference.
watching a window.
I didn't think it was. It was so weird.
I was absolutely 100% done at the end of the first episode until it ended with a cliffhanger.
I'm glad I didn't stick around.
And I'm like, well, I got to see what the cliffhanger's about. And then they take 45 minutes of the next episode to show you what the cliffhanger's about.
I mean, the premise seems really dumb.
Yeah, it does. I'm out. Yeah.
They walk out to a shed and they go to a different planet.
Yeah.
Well, out of range, there's a big hole in the ground.
No, well, look, I don't know what I'm watching when I'm watching that.
Yeah, so I
the singing cowboy is the best part.
Yeah, I tapped out after episode 2.
I swear, it's like Hallmark tried to do a sci-fi. It's not good. Don't waste your time.
Those gleaming reviews those are both on Amazon Prime.
Night Sky, Amazon Prime. Don't waste your time.
I'm real deep in the offer right now, and I just don't even know if I really like it. I like what it's about, putting together The Godfather. But again, it's got some weak parts.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. The show brought to you in part as well by our friends at Odie's today. Hope you enjoyed a little live music and great food at Odie's, but we're getting ready for trivia again Wednesday night.
Yeah, every Wednesday night, team trivia. Of course, this week, Ryan Brown will be there.
That is correct.
So make sure you show up, get there a little early, enjoy some of that food from Rodney Davis. Has been cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches like my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy the this week's not great for it, but when the weather clears up, you can enjoy the fantastic patio, ice-cold beer buckets. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village.
Okay, Brown's got a great question coming up in just a second about Tiger Woods, but first, Justin Thomas, the Alabama golfer, won a major again yesterday, the PGA Championship, his second PGA Championship, his second major, and he had this to say afterwards about the emotions of being a major champion again.
I feel like I've played just as well as anybody on tour this year. I just haven't had the trophies to show, and I'd fallen in the world ranking. And I mean, that just kind of shows how strong it was, or how strong the game of golf is. And I think it's easy to start letting some doubt creep in and just kind of like, all right, what's going to happen? When's it going to happen? Is it going to happen? And I mean, the first one with Bones, officially on my bag. First one as an engaged man. I mean, there's a lot of things that factored into it, but just I told Julius earlier is that just I don't remember the specifics from 2017 as much as I would have liked. I just remembered them chanting JT, but I didn't remember the specifics. And I just was walking up 18, and I knew in the playoff, and I knew it wasn't over. But I looked up and I wanted to take it in because it just, you don't know when and if it's going to happen again, and it's such an unbelievable cool feeling that you just want to enjoy it.
So first, as an engaged man, you have a belief system that once you're married, that sometimes you're not as good.
Well, it's
as
not
you were.
universal, but sometimes, I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it happen in sports before, so we'll see how it works out for JT.
I don't know if they have a date yet, if it's before the U.S. Open or British Open, if they're going to squeeze a wedding in between now and then.
Tough for him. That's got to be a winter already. He probably doesn't want to do football season. He's a big Alabama fan. Yeah. I mean, it's tough to find a date for him.
January, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, we'll see when he gets married, but it'll be interesting to count his majors after wedlock as opposed to
coming
before.
up on 4 downs here a little bit.
I think of weird things. And when I was watching the tournament this weekend, I thought, could I get my head into one of JT's shirts? Because he's a small guy, and he wears tight-fitting shirts. Yeah. That's got to be a small shirt. I mean, literally maybe
well,
a small.
Well, you heard Peter Burns. Peter Burns probably 6 feet.
And he's asking for mediums.
He's asked for mediums.
Yeah, that's going to be tight.
I mean, JT wears a small.
And then I wondered if I could get one leg in Will Zalatoris' pants. Because that dude, he's skinny as a snake.
He really is. I mean, I bet Zalatoris weighs 160.
Yeah. I bet he's wearing a 26 in the waist. I don't think I could get a leg in that.
Now, the question you wanted to ask is, it was bad Tiger Woods for this whole event, and it got worse when his knee buckled on Saturday. The score was horrible. He withdraws, and you bring up an interesting question that I think is worth a poll question.
Well, I would ask this. A lot of people are discussing, are we seeing, and I don't remember this obviously, but apparently Willie Mays played for the Mets back in the day, and it was not
from
good.
The Giants. It was New York Giants, San Francisco Giants, and then back to the Mets.
And apparently he had lost his game, and he was a shell of himself, and that's the greatest baseball player ever, probably.
Yeah, in my opinion, the greatest ever.
Yes. And we've seen this. I mean, we saw Michael Jordan in a Wizards uniform. It just wasn't. Yep. It wasn't the same, right?
Yep. Johnny Unitas in a Chargers uniform.
Yeah, it looks weird. I mean, not everybody can be Brady in a Buccaneers uniform or Peyton Manning in a Broncos uniform winning a Super Bowl. And people are starting to ask, is that what we're seeing with Tiger Woods? Is it Willie Mays in a Mets uniform? And I just wonder if people are okay. I mean, do you want to see Tiger? Because basically he's just going to play the majors, it appears. I don't know what the prognosis is for this leg. I don't know if it's something that's going to get better or if this is just going to be the way it is the rest of his life. Do we want to see that? Do we want to see Tiger just – it's not even ceremonial. He's out here chasing majors. Or would you rather him just retire and say, I've got a vault of memories of Tiger Woods being the best there is, and I'm fine with those memories. I don't need to see this.
Yeah, I didn't like Jerry Rice as a Seahawk.
Yeah.
Or Emmitt Smith as a Cardinal.
Yeah. I mean, those are hard to watch.
And I think for Tiger, man, I think he feels like he still has the talent to win one of these, to put 4 really good rounds together.
Yeah, he's got the talent. I don't know if he's got the body.
Day one leader at the Masters. Where was he?
He was in the hunt. Yeah. I mean, he was not as near. I think he shot a 71 the first round, and people were wondering if he could make the cut. He was in the hunt.
Yeah.
But his body just can't hold up. Now, he finished all 4 rounds at Augusta, which I thought was a valiant effort on his part. And it deserved a lot of credit because he was 100% out of the tournament, no chance to win, and still played 4 rounds. He couldn't even do that this weekend. I mean, it got so bad for him Saturday, he had to pull the chute in WD. And that wasn't because he was out of the mix. He was out of the mix at Augusta. He could have WD'd there, too. That's how bad his body has broken down. And I just don't know, do we want to see this with Tiger? Or, are you just like, I want to soak up as much Tiger as I can, let him play all he can play? Or are you like, I want to remember the great Tiger. I don't want to see this at the end.
Yeah, I really, the one that really jumps out to me was Michael Jordan wasn't terrible with the Wizards. It just wasn't Michael Jordan. And I think that's what you're seeing with Tiger right now. I mean, we remember Tiger dominating. What I would love to see is the dominant Tiger with this group of great young players.
Oh, yeah, I would love to see that.
Because, he probably would rattle them. I mean, obviously we saw Pereira get rattled yesterday with Justin Thomas closing in. But there are so many more better players right now than there were 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the year he won the Masters in 2019, the minute he got in the lead, even Brooks Koepka, guys that are normally solid, just fell apart. I mean, guys started hitting the water.
Molinari was the guy that really fell apart.
Molinari melted. I mean, those guys just could not deal with Tiger in the lead.
We'll package that into a Cowan Equipment poll question and give that out a little bit later on. One other injury news from the NFL that is being reported by Ian Rappaport and others today as the Jaguars get ready to go for OTAs soon. Doug Peterson, the new head coach in Jacksonville, says that former Clemson great Travis Etienne, coming off a foot injury that is apparently a tough, more difficult foot injury to rehab than most, that Travis Etienne will be a full go at OTAs coming up for the Jaguars. That's important for not only Etienne's career, but also for Jacksonville. If they're ever going to turn the tide, they need a healthy Etienne for them. So that is good news there for the Jacksonville Jaguars as they try to get Trevor Lawrence some offensive help. Those are a couple of big injury notes there from what we saw with Tiger, from ETN there, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Another injury thing, what Brian Harsin says about Auburn running back Jarquez Hunter today. We'll pass that along to you when we come back. And also a little more college football. It's all straight ahead right here on The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Back with you on the next round. NBA action last night. Golden State winner over Dallas 109-100. The Warriors now 3-0 in that series, one game away from a sweep. We get back to NBA action tonight, 7:30 on ABC. The Heat up 2-1 in Boston against the Celtics. That was Dallas's last chance last night to make this a series, right?
It was. And Golden State's been dominant in third quarters. They were again last night. And, Luka got his. Even when you look at some of the surrounding parts, Dinwiddie had 26, Jalen Brunson had 20. Golden State's just a better team. Yeah. And now in that 3-0 hole, it's lights out.
They're talking about, the dynasty swagger is back for this Golden State team. They do look different this year than in years past, probably because they're healthy.
Normally, Klay Thompson still isn't the Klay Thompson that we saw, 3 years ago.
But Wiggins is better than he's ever been.
Wiggins is getting really, really good. Jordan Poole is a guy that has really developed, a young player. Draymond still plays great basketball this time of year, and Steph is Steph. The interesting thing is we see these dynasties close so fast, and a lot of people thought the Warriors' window was over. And now they're a heavy favorite to win another championship, and that would be 4 for them.
But remember the Spurs, didn't they they'd win a championship and miss 1 or 2 and then win a championship? They did that over 10 years, 5 and 10 years.
And that's what I was going to bring up is, they said they want this to be Spurs like they want it to last 20 years, which is nearly impossible outside of Spurs and Patriots in football. But Steph and the Warriors won their first series with that core group in 2013, so it's almost been a decade.
Almost a decade. That's an amazing run. And it is very Spur-like, except they had a clump of them, and the Spurs was like one and a gap one and spread it on out. Some more basketball tonight. That viewing menu, a little bit, brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. If you want to get outfitted for whatever you're doing, rain this week, Nichols Outfitters can hook you up.
Yeah, it's a great Father's Day place. Right ahead of us is Father's Day, and you purchase any Christensen Traverse rifle, you're entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you're that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. It's the kind of thing that would have put a smile on your face. One classic Christensen rifle, enter to win another now till Father's Day at Nichols Outfitters off I-65 in Pelham.
Where are you guys on divisions in college football? You want them? You don't want them? As we continue to change the landscape, the Pac-12's dumping their divisions. Do you like divisions? Do you want them? Do you not want them?
This is going to sound weird, and it's contradicting myself. I love it in the SEC. I don't care about it in any other conference. To me, it makes sense in the SEC. The other conferences, it doesn't make any sense.
Kind of with Lance, and I don't know why I'm with you on this, but I'm kind of with you on this. Like, if every other conference Did away with them. It wasn't really bothering.
Went Big 12. Mountain West just did away with it. We know the Pac-12s did away with it this year. They will start two teams with the highest winning percentage. There was just something, I don't know. The SEC just seemed to work.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. What makes the SECs different? But I'm with Lance. I kind of feel that way. Like, I feel like the Big Ten needs to do away with theirs. Theirs is so imbalanced. And you can't say, well, the SEC's isn't imbalanced. Oh, it's been imbalanced at times.
It has been. And that may be why we like the SEC so much, is because you've had a lot of iconic, Florida-Alabama matchups. You've had iconic Georgia and Alabama matchups.
It's imbalanced right now.
It does seem to be that case.
Yeah.
There was a question written into Stuart Mandell's mailbag, not the man bag, but the mailbag at The Athletic last week.
Different read there.
Empty it, baby.
So in the mailbag, they asked the question for teams like Maryland and Rutgers, and they named one other, I can't remember. When the Big Ten gets rid of their divisions, there's no way Maryland or Rutgers ever wins a Big Ten championship.
Oh, no, there's not.
But
are they going to win divisions?
They're in the same division with Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. Their chance of winning the division is the exact same as with no divisions.
You could put them in the other division, and it's not changing. You think Maryland's going to get through that other division?
Well, I mean, an example is, one of the better coaches and interesting programs in college football, Northwestern. They've been to multiple Big Ten championships, but they don't get over the hump once they're there.
That's right. Now, if they were in the other divisions, I would be like, let's use Northwestern as an example. Will Northwestern ever win a Big Ten championship?
No, they will
again?
not.
Yeah.
In fact, and I'd say this without doing the study I should have, but without divisions, I doubt they play for those other ones, right? I mean, surely there was a better team from that other division, and they just happened to win the right games within their division.
Again, you're talking about the imbalance right now, even in the SEC. Obviously, the Big Ten, but the entire conference, it's Ohio State and everybody else. Now, every now and then you'll have a Michigan year like last year.
Yeah, but I got a number here for you. In the last 9 years, Ohio State's only been in the Big Ten championship game 6 of those 9 years. They missed it once with Michigan, once with Penn State, and maybe once with Michigan State.
Yeah,
but if they won all 6 that they were in.
When they get there, they win them. But I'm just saying, 6 of 9, they've only been in 6 of 9. They've missed 3 of the last 9 years. Without divisions, they would have been in 8 of the 9. So 2 of those times, they were still one of the 2 best teams.
Yeah.
Better record than the other division. It's even more glaring or equally as glaring for Alabama. They would have added SEC championship appearances in 2011, 2013, and likely 2017. 9 of 11 if they had no divisions.
Yeah, there is, and I want to clear up what I'm saying about the imbalance in the SEC. Georgia's obviously terrific, but if you gave Alabama Georgia's schedule, they would take it in a heartbeat. Give Texas A&M Georgia's schedule, they would take it in a heartbeat. Right? So there's obviously an imbalance.
Auburn
in the
would
East.
take it in a heartbeat.
Anybody in the West would, versus what you have to play in the West right now.
Right.
We used to, or at least I did, I used to like to do everything we possibly could to avoid a rematch in a conference championship game. Now, some were impossible to avoid, like the Big 12, where it's a round robin, so you're going to have a rematch. But that's one thing I used to like about the SEC is it felt like we got fewer rematches than everybody else.
I agree.
In conference championship games. But now I don't know that it's not going to bother me, right? Because we've seen rematches in national championship games now.
I know, but it's not as much fun.
I kind of agree with you. It's not as much fun, but I just think it's something we're going to have to deal with.
Like Alabama, Georgia, and Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great for Georgia fans. They finally got over that 41-year hump, but
it felt different.
It
felt like we were in an SEC championship game. It just didn't quite have that national championship game feel to me.
Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Stewart writes here, those are better games than Ohio State versus Iowa or Ohio State versus Wisconsin or Ohio State versus Minnesota.
Well, I mean, you're more comfortable. Let's take Alabama and Auburn, for instance. You're more comfortable playing LSU, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Arkansas every year. You're just comfortable with that. You know it's happening. And it feels weird when you see Auburn play at South Carolina or Alabama play in Lexington. Those are just weird feeling games because you almost never see them. So I think there's just a comfort level. And as somebody, it's moving fast over here, but somebody pointed out in the chat room, one reason you're comfortable with it is the SEC set their divisions, and by and large, they haven't changed.
Right. It's been a constant
built-in
tradition now since since way back in the day.
Really, about
1992.
About the only time they've changed is when we've added A&M and Missouri, and we just added boom, boom.
Yeah.
And in fact,
We didn't
Missouri
reshuffle, yeah.
Yeah, Missouri, who's way out in the West, we said, we don't really want to screw these divisions up. You're going to play in the East in football, okay? And Missouri's like, we're just happy to be here. Yeah, we'll go wherever. So, I mean,
So was the Big Ten better off when they were horrible names, legends, and whatever the other one was, leaders? But you take the bad name out if they'd gone.
Well, I can't remember how they were divided at that time.
Yeah, but they had Michigan and Ohio State separated. They had some of those separated,
but they were a permanent crossover. Yeah,
but they divided them up so they could play in a championship game.
I don't know. I mean, it's such a bad imbalance right now. I would guess that was better. It was bad names, but better divisions maybe.
Yeah, but in the SEC right now, even if you did best winning percentages for the foreseeable future, it's Alabama, Georgia.
Most likely, yeah. Unless you have a 2019 LSU-like year or 2010 Auburn-like year. Remember when the ACC split into divisions, they were adamant about putting Florida State in one and Miami in the other.
Right.
So that they could play in the ACC championship game, a matchup I don't think we've had to date.
We have not.
Well, I mean, Florida State's barely done it. Miami, I mean, you're absolutely right. That was the thought behind that. Yeah. And then everybody's like, oh, Clemson got good. Yeah. Who knew?
God, we shouldn't have put Clemson and Florida State in the same league.
Who knew Clemson was going to be this good?
Yeah, it's an interesting debate as we change divisions. They're going away. I think we're going to get rid of the divisions. It's just hard to imagine the SEC rolling 16 strong and how you divide that up in divisions. And, if I'm an Auburn fan, and Forrester, give me a thumbs up or not, I mean, you guys are not in – it seems like you're not in love with the Western Division anyway. There's been, desire to be in the East, it seems like, for over a decade now. So maybe for Auburn fans, they'll be happy not to have divisions.
Old school Auburn fans who love the idea of Amen Corner. I mean, I think a lot of people don't realize how good a rivalry Auburn-Florida was.
Yep.
That we punted that for the sake of divisions.
Yeah, well, we did. But, we're not going to ever get Amen Corner back,
right?
Because we keep adding teams to the. You got to shuffle the schedule up more than that. And there are people out there who believe we were better with conferences when they were smaller conferences and more regionalized than having these massive conferences. Now, the TV people who write big checks would disagree with you.
Yeah. When I was a kid, Nebraska dominated the Big Eight, but that felt like a fun conference.
It did.
It felt fun, but Nebraska dominated.
Nebraska and Oklahoma.
Oklahoma in the 80s, Nebraska late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, but they played each other all the time, and that was their league, and it was Texas and Texas A&M in the other league, and you had the other people, the supporting cast, but it felt like every league had two dominant teams.
But that was when those divisions were broken up. Then that North Division was so bad with Kansas State in it, so Kansas State kind of dominated there. But there were years Kansas State won that championship. I remember there was a year Colorado knocked off Nebraska.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, top of the hour here, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. When we come back, we blew past 100 days because of the Saban comments. 100 days to college football. We got some interesting observations as we're now 96. We won't give you all 100. We'll give you the 96 best observations. 96 days away. Brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, a lot of rain out there today, and one thing you want to do is keep your gutters clean and free flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, and right now, for the next round viewer and listener, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. That's 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, getting closer to a SEC baseball tournament week here. They go tomorrow morning starting at 9:30. Alabama's got the very first game out of the gate. Auburn has the last game out of the gate. Single elimination games tomorrow. So you need a W for the home teams, the Alabama and Auburn fans, so you can be there for the weekend, the double elimination part. All at the Hoover Med in Hoover. Welcome to town for all the folks who are coming in, and bring the rain gear. We're going to be dodging raindrops several times. throughout the week. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford, we're all here at the Next Round Studios, presented by our friends at Bud Light. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, and this hour of the show is brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, if you're heading out to the game, we're ready to sort of take care of your tailgate for you right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. They can cater all your events, your meetings, your tailgates, everything. Check them out online, champyschicken.com. And if you just happen to be a Mississippi State fan, you're here for the tournament without your baseball team, the defending national champs, which is amazing. They win the national championship, and a few months later, they're not even at the SEC tournament. But they've got those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are fantastic. You can see it all online at champyschicken.com. Away from baseball, Justin Thomas is your PGA champion, his second major. The former Alabama golfer makes a 7-shot comeback on Sunday. It was really fun. Alabama softball eliminated from the NCAA tournament. It's the first time in program history they haven't made it to the super regionals, out of the regional round. They started that in 2005, by the way, the super regionals for the women's softball. Kayleigh Tau is the only senior on the team. Now, others may leave through the portal or just retire, but she's the only senior on the team that's out of eligibility, and she had a chance to talk about the disappointment of losing in the regionals to Stanford.
I don't have any regrets about my career. I gave my whole heart to this program, and I wasn't able to put together, I guess, the best season this last year, and you know, it is what it is, but I promise you I gave my heart, and you know, it is what it is. It's more than winning and losing to me. It's the girls and the coaches and just being set for life and knowing that I can do anything and I can accomplish anything and find joy in the midst of it, because there's been hard times here. I mean, this is a hard time. But, you know, the joy is having people around you that love you for more than what you're able to do on the field. And I know that I'm leaving with not just the 20 sisters on this team, but the sisters I've had on previous teams, and just joining an amazing alumni. I can't thank Murph enough for letting me come here. It's been the joy of a lifetime, and I gave it all I had.
Montana Fouts will be with us later this week. Montana's next outing will be with Team USA at the World Games, and Alabama doesn't advance on, but 3 other SEC teams do: Arkansas, Florida, and Mississippi State, who pulled off a major upset, knocking off number 2 Florida State.
Would you say that Oklahoma would win the World Games?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Games?
Yeah, if it was just Team Oklahoma?
No, not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close.
So they couldn't beat the rest of the United States.
I don't think they could beat the team. I mean, it would be okay. It would be good competition, but no.
Like, who's the favorite to win it? Is it Team USA?
Team USA would be, but I think Japan would be second. They're pretty good. I don't think Canada's too bad. Trying to think who else is good internationally.
Where are they playing those softball games?
The Hoover Met.
Okay.
Yep. They'll bring in the fence at the Hoover Met, and they'll play it at the Hoover Met coming up for the World Games. It'll be interesting, but you know, pitching is so good at that level, and I just think the Americans have superior pitching.
Will Montana be the number 1?
I don't think so, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing if she's not, though.
Yeah, I don't think she is. In fact, you know, I don't want to speak out of turn. But
we'll just ask her when she comes on. Is that okay?
Are you going to be the number 1 pitcher?
I mean, I don't know who's all on the team.
Right.
But, you know, they're...
Well, I'm assuming Oklahoma's got a pretty good pitcher. I hope we're using her, too.
Well, I don't know if they did score. It was a shutout against Texas A&M.
That's right.
They scored 20. Not a lot of pressure.
Some of their hitters, too.
Not a lot of pressure on the Oklahoma.
You're right.
Not a lot of pressure on the Oklahoma pitcher.
They get what we call run support, right?
Yeah.
Montana's out there knowing she can't make one mistake because Alabama may not be able to score a run sometimes.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma pitcher's like, if I groove this one, we're probably going to score 20 today.
It's World Games amateur only? Does it have to be like college players?
You know, I'm in the same meetings you are when it comes to the World Games.
Well, you did that thing with Saban and Nate Oates. I thought maybe y'all went over some rules.
I don't know if you noticed this. We didn't talk about the World Games one time during that 45 minutes.
Did it really not come up?
I had some roundabout questions that involved the World Games.
Speaking of World Games, what do you think about that NIL?
I'm sure Saban will be in a lot, right?
Yeah.
Well, he was one of the ambassadors for it. That's what that event was. I guess one of my twists on the World Game questions was, because it was when we did this last Wednesday night, seems like a year ago, it was 50 days from the World Games.
Yeah.
And I was like, Coach, you've had a lot of success playing the SEC championship game, waiting a length of time before having to play again. You got a lot of athletes who are watching 50 days away from the event. They've got to be good on that day. What advice would you give them? That was about as World Games as I got there.
Wow. What advice did he give them?
He said, well, I tell him don't talk to Jimbo Fisher.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
My head is just all Jimbo Fisher.
Part of the process, man.
Basketball tonight, so Miami and Boston, 7:30 on ABC. The Heat's up 2-1 in that one. Braves in action at 6:20. And unfortunately for Lunsford's team, my hockey team is still hot. The Lightning up 3-0. They beat Florida 5-1 yesterday. Chance to sweep tonight. Part of the NHL playoffs continue. Those are your headlines there. A couple of different ways we want to attack the countdown to college football. 96 days out, but back on 100 days, when everyone was talking Saban and Fisher, everyone had these great 100 days out columns and stories and lists and everything ready to go. And I love those kind of things 100 days out. Brown's got a couple of these from CBS Sports.
Chip Patterson did them.
Chip Patterson did these at CBSSports.com. And, we're not going to do them all, but a couple of different topics here that I find interesting.
All right, so he did that, and I love doing these, especially with Lance, the 5 bold predictions. Chip Patterson, 5 bold predictions. Lance always likes to rank the boldness.
Bold or not.
Of these predictions.
I'm going to say 2 will be bold.
2 are bold.
Yeah, the minority will be bold.
All right, number 1. I don't know if I should go 1 to 5 or 5 to 1. Number 1, Pac-12 makes the playoff for the first time since 2016.
I'll give it a little bold there because, Utah is to me, overwhelming favorite in this conference. And if Utah is to get to a college football playoff, it'd be the first time in program history. It'd be
it's interesting. Big. It's interesting Lance calls them the overwhelming favorite because I was looking Circus Sports, the official Vegas lines now. These aren't like DraftKings lines. These are actually
USC passed them with Jordan Addison, I bet.
Well, no, I was looking at game lines. They're a pick 'em at Florida. And Florida is at best a mid-tier SEC team.
Still
at
SEC.
Best. I know, but a pick 'em.
Still brand.
They're a pick 'em, though. If Alabama played at Florida this year, what would that line be? Now, look,
16.5.
They almost lost that game last year. I know.
Every Alabama line this year is 16.5.
Yeah, I mean, if Alabama played at Utah, it would be 14.5, 15.
It would be, yeah. It's just crazy that I don't disagree with you about Utah. I'm just saying that that, but then they're at Florida and they're a pick 'em in week 1.
That's why I don't think the Pac-12 makes the playoffs because I believe there's a lot of parity in the Pac-12 and they've got a few out-of-conference games that are tough. Like USC could lose to Notre Dame and somebody else beat Utah. Utah could lose to Florida, lose to USC. Oregon could lose to Georgia and one team somewhere else. So now you got your 3 best teams all have 2 losses.
Yeah, look, in Vegas right now, on paper, they believe USC is the team. A lot of that is brand name too. But, I was listening to somebody this morning saying there's a chance USC could start 3-3. And there really is. I don't think they will because
I think they'll be undefeated.
You said that they're going to be undefeated.
Going into Utah.
We really, I don't know what
but here's the thing.
It's hard to see USC starting 3-3 when they play Rice and then at Stanford their first 2 games. But the schedule gets tough weeks 3 through 6.
I'm just saying Stanford ended up walking USC off the field last year.
Yeah.
That will not happen.
I don't think it will.
But I would say this. If Utah loses to Florida and is a 1-loss team and that's it, that's their only loss. Now, there are a lot of factors in this. As we always say, you got to tell me what everybody else has done. I think it might be tough for them to get in with just that 1 loss if Florida's what we think they'll be.
Which
that's
is the factor. How good is Florida going to be? How good is USC, Oregon, other teams they would be?
Right.
But see, here, everyone always pencils in 2 SEC teams a lot lately. Are Alabama and Georgia 2 of the 4 best rosters in college football? Yes, they are. So, but do we think the SEC is going to get 2 in again?
No, I don't. But I could see the Big 12, ACC, Big 10, and SEC each getting 1 in.
Absolutely.
If Clemson is back.
Yeah.
Number 2, these are bold predictions, 5 of them from Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com. NC State wins 10 games. Now, you think NC State's good, so I don't think you think this is real bold here.
Bold. Yeah, I don't think it's bold either. Winning 10 and you still lose 2 games and don't even make it to your conference championship game. 10 wins. It's hard to get 10 wins as bold unless you're telling me Vandy wins 10 games.
That's Chip thinking most people aren't aware that NC State's going to be good this year. So you're like, oh, NC State wins.
The fact that NC State is good and Utah is good is the most talked about thing this offseason.
I know.
There's nothing you can tell me about Utah or NC State's going to make it bold.
Well, here's the thing. NC State's got basically everybody coming back, and they won 9 games last year.
They did.
How's that bold?
And let me give you their non-conference. At East Carolina, Charleston Southern, Texas Tech, UConn.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
That's 4-0.
That's rough. Number 3, this is bold. Quinn Ewers wins the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, that's really bold.
Well, then there better be a bigger bold prediction coming up about Texas if Quinn Ewers wins the Heisman.
I mean, we've never even seen the kid take a snap.
I know.
But if he wins,
you had not seen Young take a snap either. Anyone?
If Quinn Ewers wins the Heisman, then that tells me Texas is in the college football playoffs, which is a bigger, bolder prediction than Ewers winning the Heisman.
Vince Young was a starter for 2 years before he won the Heisman.
No, not Vince Young. Bryce Young. And when I said take a snap, he had taken some cleanup snaps.
Yeah.
I guess I meant really as a starter, though.
Yeah, different.
But you're right. We have not seen Quinn Ewers do anything.
Different program, too.
Oh, it is. Yes. Number 4 bold prediction, CBSSports.com, Chip Patterson. 0 undefeated teams in college football this year. Now, why that's bold in the regular season, why that's bold is you got to tell me who's beating Georgia. We've discussed this.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see maybe somebody tripping up Alabama.
And he's just going regular season, not championship games.
Yeah, if it's not Oregon. If it's not Oregon, then who?
Let me double check on that one. Where is it? Where is his bold predictions? I want to make sure you said regular season because Georgia, Dunaway, you've done this. You've done this yourself. You're like, who is beating this team on that schedule?
I mean, it's Oregon. They don't play Alabama, and I don't think they play Texas A&M.
Yeah, he didn't say regular season, so I guess that would be his qualifier there. And then number 5, Minnesota wins the Big Ten West. Excuse me, there is no North. Big Ten West.
That's somewhat of a bold prediction. I mean, it would be Minnesota's first ever Big Ten championship game. So, yeah, I'll give them that. I wouldn't be shocked. Again, Minnesota last year, they were only a game back of Iowa in the West.
Right.
Tanner Morgan's back at quarterback. I think Fleck's done a really good job. I mean, 9 wins last year. Back in 19, they had 11 wins.
I think the West this year of the Big Ten is going to be a lot like the Pac-12. I think Purdue's pretty good. I think Nebraska will get somebody. I think Purdue will get somebody.
Wisconsin,
I think
Iowa.
Wisconsin will get somebody. Iowa will get somebody. Minnesota. So I don't think anybody will come out of that clean. So there's no way anybody from the West ends up making the playoffs.
Probably a bunch of 6 and 3 from the West in conference.
Yeah, a lot of parity in that.
So
that
I
side.
could see Minnesota get there. I'll still give him bold on that. So I think 4 or 5 were bold.
Oh, 4 out of 5. He does some burning questions and some title contenders.
Part of that coming up as we continue on, brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, getting you ready for college football. If you got to get ready for a special event, Bromberg's has got the gift perfect for it.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Okay, a lot more of that college football discussion coming up a little bit later on in the 12 o'clock hour. Tripp says Minnesota has the schedule rotation to win the Big Ten West. They dodge Michigan and Ohio State.
Yeah, they're on the road, though, at Wisconsin, who you would have to probably beat in that last regular season game, same day as the Iron Bowl. They're at Nebraska, who's probably going to be improved. They're at Penn State, and they're at Michigan State. So it's not the easiest road schedule in the world for them.
Landmine Believer says a bold prediction for him is that Texas, their only loss this year will be to Alabama in the regular season.
That is quite bold.
Well, if that's the case, Texas will be in a 14 playoff.
They will.
And there's a chance Quinn Ewers is in the Heisman discussion at that point. I wanted to go back to the Tiger Woods discussion. That's our Cowan Equipment poll question you have out right now. And it's a great question by you. Do we want to see Tiger Woods shut it down as opposed to keep going out here and playing this? And everybody in the chat room, and it's flown by so quick over there, the video chat room over there, they say Tiger has done so much for the tour, they don't want to rush him off, that if he wants to be out there, he has the right to be out there. You're not saying that, right?
No, he 100% should make this decision himself. But look, because of Tiger's wins, he's basically lifetime eligible in all these events. There will not be another major that if Tiger Woods wants to play in, they say, no, you can't play in this, right? I mean, he's lifetime automatically in the PGA and the Masters. That's the way that works. I think also in the British, I'm not sure it's a lifetime exemption in the British, but they invite back, I mean, they have so many players in that, I think 156 in the field. They invite back all-time winners. And in the U.S., I mean, my gosh, he'll play in any of these he wants to play. I remember as a kid growing up, by and large, it felt like Jack Nicklaus became a ceremonial golfer. He was the greatest of all time. He continued to play. He didn't really contend, and then boom, out of the blue, he won that 86 Masters, right? But he just continued to play as long as he wanted to.
But see,
now, I think Tiger should be able to make that decision.
That's the example I wanted to bring up. If he's limping around literally or just figuratively on the leaderboard for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then we have that Jack at the Masters moment.
Right.
Isn't it worth watching him
but
kick it around a bit and then see him bounce up that one magical weekend? Are we ready to give up on having any magical weekends again?
I mean, and if he doesn't play in the majors, which, Jack was still playing a competitive PGA Tour schedule. I don't think you're going to get that out of Tiger. I think Tiger's going to basically gear towards the majors, maybe a Players, a Memorial, some of your bigger events. I think ultimately, and I'm just guessing here, but I think ultimately he would like to get to a position where he could play a little bit leading up to the majors, so it's not just major, sit for a month, major, sit for a month, major, sit for a month. That's not a great way to stay sharp competitively. And he's not sharp right now. You watch him play, his game's not sharp.
But that moment you talk about, Dunaway, I think we already got it in 2019.
And that's what I was going to say. That could have been it. Nicholas Lance.
But who says we only get one moment?
Nicholas, I think, you'd have to check me on this, but I think Sunday in 98 shared the lead at Augusta. I mean, he's still, and that was in 98. 86 was the one Dunaway was talking about. 12 years later, I think he shared the lead on Sunday, or he was a shot out of the lead on Sunday.
How old was Tom Watson at the British Open?
50, I believe. No, he was 59, wasn't he?
When
Stuart
he was
Singh
almost
beat him?
60 years old when Stuart Singh beat him in a playoff.
Yeah, I think he was 59. Yep.
Stuart had a pretty good tournament this
week. He did,
weekend.
absolutely. He's kind of had a revival late in his regular tour career now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. Look, the way we asked the question, if this is Tiger Woods moving forward, do you want to continue to see him chasing majors? 55% said yes, 45% said no. I 1,000% think it needs to be Tiger's call. He's done too much for it not to be his call. There is an element of difficulty sometimes just watching your heroes and the great struggle, though. But that,
But see, I don't remember Michael Jordan in a Wizard uniform. I mean, if I rack my brain, I'd see him in it, but I don't remember watching any games. There were no big moments. I don't remember.
I'm with you. I just didn't watch those games. Yeah.
I have one memory of Joe Montana in a Chiefs uniform. It was a Monday Night Football comeback
against Denver.
Yeah, and that's my only memory there. And I think they even made the playoffs.
Oh, he took
Montana.
them to the playoffs twice, didn't he?
AFC Championship.
Yeah.
I remember Brett Favre. I have one memory of Brett Favre in a Viking uniform, and that was
he was in the NFC Championship.
That was him in the NFC Championship game and having a bad game.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's my only memory. I don't have a lot of my memories of Brett Favre as a Packer, of Joe Montana as of a 49er, of Jordan as with the Bulls. I don't care how much Tiger Woods limps around out here. My memories of Tiger Woods are cemented in what he already is. I won't remember him, cautiously walking downstairs to get to the flat part of the fairway to walk, using his driver as a cane. I won't remember that.
Yeah. And I think most people, well, at least 55% are like, I'm cool dealing with that just to keep seeing the guy play. I don't want him to be done.
Now, I don't remember. There was a guy, for you youngsters out there, a guy named Gaylord Perry, who was a baseball pitcher back in the day. I only remember him old because he was old and was always doctoring the baseball. So every time he got ejected, he had gray hair or balding head.
No, he was the Morgan Freeman of baseball.
Yeah, so I feel like he was always old.
Yeah, he always did look old. He played for a million teams: Padres, Mariners, Indians, I think.
And it's like, I never see Reds highlights, Cincinnati Reds highlights. And the Major League Baseball Network is down on TV5 today.
Yeah, there's a reason you don't see it.
Right.
There are no highlights.
And I saw Joey Votto hit a home run. And I was like, God, I never see Reds highlights. And it just dawned on me. There's, the prime target audience of our listeners here think of the Reds as a garbage organization. And when I was their age, the Reds were it was the Yankees, Reds, Dodgers. Those were the three best organizations in baseball.
You know, I'm 46. The only good Reds teams I remember are the Eric Davis, not even the ones you're talking about.
1990.
You're talking about Big Red Machine.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
even that team with Rose coaching them in 88, 89, 90.
Yeah, Eric Davis, Dibble,
Norm Charlton.
Yeah, Norm
Sabo.
Charlton.
Yeah,
Chris
Pennell
Sabo.
ended up
Larkin.
being the manager of that 90 team that beat Oakland.
They
That
swept
upset.
Oakland.
Right.
Oakland was the best team in baseball by far, everybody thought, and they went and swept
Yeah,
us.
Oakland only got, with that great nucleus, got one championship.
Yep.
I mean, think about it.
But even the Reds then, they were the Red Machine in the 70s. They were, not bad there in the late 80s, won the championship in 90, and now they're a garbage organization.
You want to talk about Joey Votto has wasted his career in a crap
has.
organization.
He has.
I mean, that guy's been a really good player for a bad team.
For a really, really bad team. All right, part of our show brought to you by Cowan Equipment. They bring you that poll question every day here on the show.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, the last call in our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Kevin says, I remember Chris Sabo glasses from that team.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse said Reds are now the Little Red Wagon. Everybody beats up on them. Jesse also points out Jack finished 6th in the 1998 Masters. Let's head down. Is it John that's down in Mobile?
John is in Mobile.
Yeah, John joins us on the Johnson RV Center hotline, 205-734-0923. What's up, John?
Y'all been all right. Listen,
Awesome.
When I'm 61, so I remember y'all talking about baseball. I remember the Big Red Machine in their heyday. But, and you brought up Kayleigh Tau. I can remember he was pitching for, I don't know who he was pitching for, maybe the Indians. And he was, it was the NBC Saturday afternoon baseball game. Joe Garagiola and Tony Kubek were doing it. And he got tossed because the umpire said he was throwing spitballs. And so I remember they showed the replay from behind the catcher, and Garagiola says, okay, now look for the rainbow when he throws it. So, anyway, but the thing about the PGA tournament, I mean, you could have done the best and worst just by JT's round, because the best shot that he hit was the drive on 17. But it made me feel really comforting that he shanked one on 6.
He did.
I mean,
yep, a cold hard shank. We're not even like saying he hit one bat. No, it was a cold hard shank on the 6th.
Yep. And that reminded me, I was playing in the church scramble one time, and we had one of the guys was just avid golfer. He would just go anywhere, and he was horrible. He never got any better, and he did one of those. And one of my friends walked up to him, put his arm around him, he said, you know why they don't put grooves on the housel? He said, no, why? He says, because you're not supposed to indicate.
That's right.
Anyway, thanks, guys.
John, thank you. He did say, I've got to be the first major winner to shank a ball in the final round and still win a major. I mean, I can't remember a time it's happened. I'm sure Greg Norman tried.
Trash coming up momentarily. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of the sport of boxing. You get that at Champions Boxing at the corner of 119 behind the Purple Onion. It's the corner of 119 and Highway 31. They are open. They've been open since early April, and it's an opportunity for you to get in these classes and train. Really, really neat way if you're a college or high school athlete and want to do some kind of cross-training outside of your sport. Boxing can help you out here. Mental and physical toughness and training. It trains the mind as well as the body for ages 7 and up. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers right there. Over 20 years of training experience, not a fight club. Check them out at Facebook, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, or call them up. 205-358-8176, 358-8176. It's Champions Boxing at the corner of 119 and 31 behind the Purple Onion there in Pelham. All right, Auburn, the head coach Brian Harsin playing in if they're out there on the golf course this morning in Bruce Pearl's Safe Harbor, Children's Harbor tournament going on down in the Auburn-Opelika area today at the Robert Trent Jones course down there. He was asked about Jarquez Hunter. And he says, yes, he will be ready to go for summer workouts even, well ahead of the start of camp. And they asked him, well, have you been talking to him? He says, well, all I had to do was see on social media he was on his family farm working the weed eater, and I figure if he's good enough to be out working the weed eater, he's good enough to do summer workouts.
Well, I hadn't used a weed eater in a while.
I hate weed eating.
I did too.
It is not, it's not easy. Not easy work.
I hate it.
That gets us to trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So I got to pull this story. It was sent to me on my phone. I sent it to Rockstar, so I'll give you guys the video. Basically, a Florida woman was arrested Friday after throwing and knocking things down at a McDonald's.
Okay.
Now, the woman identified as Tianis Jones, 22, intended to pick up her order of a Happy Meal, chocolate shake, filet-o-fish sandwich, tea, and fries, according to WTVT. Now, when she arrived, she placed it online, by the way. When she arrived at the drive-thru, she was directed to pull up to the third window. Instead, Jones ignored the directions, parked her car, and entered the restaurant to address the mistake. Now, the McDonald's surveillance video captured Jones' interaction with employees. She became so irate that it led to a 911 call over the wrong order, which I heard, by the way, just a little bit ago. While Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd only released 2 minutes of Jones's conversation, the entire call lasted over 10 minutes. She went on to say, quote, "I'm at a McDonald's. I'm 5 months pregnant. These people don't know how to run a effing McDonald's. I want my money. They tried to cheat me out of my money. I want my money." Jones' sister attempted to calm her down, but to no avail. The 22-year-old then began knocking food condiments from the counter, went behind the counter and started throwing stacks of cups.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, there she is doing her thing.
Yep.
And watch when she leaves.
She got some interesting
eyelashes.
Watch 2 pictures.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy does one of the corniest news conferences ever. I wanted you guys to hear
What do
it.
you call it, a McMess?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a sec.
I'd seen the story.
Yeah.
But here she goes
Oh,
before
no.
she leaves.
Oh, no, that's unfortunate.
The old twerking.
Yeah,
Wow.
okay.
But yeah, Judd, the sheriff there said, quote, "I don't know what was wrong with her that night. I don't know if she was two fries short of a Happy Meal, but she created a McMess and acted like a McNut. She ended up a McBurglar."
Oh, no. It's pretty rough.
Put Mick in front of everything is funny. It is.
Do her order again. Boy, if that doesn't scream pregnant, nothing will.
I mean, that was a lot of food, wasn't it?
Eating for 2.
First of all, the fish and chocolate shake
I've
combination is
never
not
had,
good.
Never had the filet-o-fish.
The filet-o-fish.
The cheese looks different on it. It looks oranger than the other cheese.
I can't do ice cream and seafood or whatever the fish fillet is at McDonald's.
It is.
I can't.
Fish product.
Yeah, I can't do that. And ice cream.
It is a weird combo. Yeah.
So it was Happy Meal, chocolate shake, filet-o-fish, tea, and fries.
Yeah, see, I'm okay with Happy Meal and shake, burger and shake, meat and shake. That goes okay together.
Yep.
But when you throw in a fish and a chocolate shake, you're pregnant at that
You are
point.
crossing the line. Okay, here are some petty reasons people refused a second date. First one, she had her house over the top decorated with live, life, and love signs.
Yeah,
This goes back to the Progressive commercial.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd always hate to be with people who are positive about things.
Here's another one. She had the same first name and last name as my grandpa.
Will that be rough for you?
I wonder what the name was.
Well, I mean, like if it's Tom Johnson, that's my granddad. Well, no, Tom is not a gender bender name. What's
Pat.
Pat Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be kind of weird. Yeah,
it would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Only went on one
But
date.
why would it be weird? Like in love making, you're going to call her Pops?
No, I'm just, it is
Love
weird.
Pops.
Lovemaking.
I'm not on a Hallmark movie.
Cleaning it up for the kids.
Screw this out, Dunaway.
Here's another petty reason someone refused a second date. Only went on one date, but he named his cat Creamy, and the way he said it grossed me out.
You gotta come home and give me creamy.
Sarah.
You got to come home and make my little cream puff.
Quite the name for
That is
a cat.
a weird one, yeah.
Here's another one. His Instagram account was nothing but selfies. It creeped me out. Wouldn't you know about his Instagram account before you actually went out with him?
You would
more than
think.
likely?
Yeah, when you stalk them, social media stalk them.
And then finally, I met a girl named Sarah who was Southern. When she introduced herself as Sarah, I had to jump out. It just gave me the heebie-jeebies.
I've met a Sarah.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Sarah.
I've known a Sarah before.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
And that's the way she wanted it pronounced, Sarah, not Sarah. Now, it wasn't a second date, but infamous. Yeah. In my dating days back in the day in the 90s, girl had green jeans on the first date, different pair of jeans on the second date. Third date, those green jeans were back, and it was a matter of 10 days. I thought it was too quick to bring the green jeans back.
10 days?
So I didn't ask her out the fourth time.
Yeah, but did this include the green jeans being on your floor at any point? For your
Not really.
love making?
Not really, no.
I mean, washing machines existed then, right? I mean, 10 days seems like...
Well, back then, green jeans were not as popular as they are now. I mean, I don't know if they're popular now, but it just wasn't... It just was very quick to come back to an off-color jean to me.
Do you remember what you were wearing on these dates?
I may have worn the same pair of jeans every time.
Right.
Duckheads.
I mean, I may have
He
worn
had a
the same
bolo
pair,
on.
but it was nothing that was outrageous.
Okay.
Several students say they're not being allowed to take part in graduation ceremonies next week at Darlington High School in South Carolina following a high school prank they took part in last week at the school. Now, this starts, it seems harmless, then it might get a little aggressive, and you guys let me know where you stand on
so
it. Now,
it crosses the line eventually.
I think it does. The parents and their the students and their parents said it was a harmless prank that followed the tradition of other ones at Darlington over the years. According to Alexis Ellerby, quote, "It was just a senior prank. All we did was put toilet tissue and saran wrap all over the school. But the principal is trying to make it seem like it was more than that." So that sounds fine, right?
Okay, yeah.
30 seniors are not going to be able to walk. Now, the statement from the school says students vandalized and damaged property, including cameras intentionally obscured with debris, doors and windows egged, chalk paint used, graffiti walkways, walls, and windows, syrup and confetti spread throughout the buildings, chocolate sauce poured on walkways and tracked inside, shaving cream sprayed in water fountains and on lockers, display cases, and windows, trash cans containing food and milk turned over, garbage spread throughout the yard and buildings, light poles, water fountains, and doorways wrapped in plastic wrap, principal's office and central office broken into and vandalized.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's way different than they put saran wrap all over the
It's
place.
just like a hurricane.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, syrup and confetti is enough for me to say you're out.
I mean, I could keep going. I mean, it's a million
Well,
things.
I mean, but here's the whole thing: is the custodial staff, they're busting their butts, shorthanded to keep that place clean anyway, and now they got to clean all that up.
Yeah, that's right. You can walk if you guys come and get this exactly
That's
back
right.
the way it is.
It has got to be spick and
Gotta be
span,
exactly the way it was
by
when
my
you did it.
judgment. That's right.
Hey, where is this one? Hey, Brian. Hey, Carl. I didn't know your dad worked here.
Dad work here? Breakfast Club, man. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Failing to invite a colleague to work drinks is victimization. An employment tribunal has ruled. The casino worker received $79,000 in compensation. Rita Lair, 51-year-old cashier, said she felt shunned by her colleagues at the casino in East London. She claimed her coworkers went out for drinks at the Latin American restaurant and cocktail bar Los Iguanas, which is located in the same mall, but she was the only one not to receive an invite. So they said that she deserves $79,000.
$79,000?
Yeah, she doesn't work there anymore.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit different. You know, we all work together here, but if you're working, our former employer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big company, and we're getting about everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there were some people you wanted to go and
But
say,
even here, we're 9 employees. Even when y'all don't invite me to drinks or dinner, I can't sue. I mean, I can go home.
Apparently you can.
I can go home and cry. I'm not going to sue you.
I mean, y'all do that all the time. Y'all go get steaks without me. I don't care, but I'm just saying it happens here.
Yeah, you guys play golf without me.
That's
all the
right.
time.
Absolutely.
We ask you all the time.
You
though.
do not.
All the time.
No, you actually don't.
No, we take breaks when you've said no 5 times in a row.
Well, I say no every time you do ask. I will say
Yeah,
that.
y'all just reach out to me, ask me about golf without asking me to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just usually tell you
because I
afterwards.
know you don't want to play.
You are right. Okay, here are sandwiches named after celebrities. Pretty much all these sound good. The Neil Patrick Harris. Now, Papa Charlie's Deli in Massachusetts has a sandwich named after him that consists of a grilled chicken breast, Dijon mustard, barbecue sauce, coleslaw, pickles. It's on a toasted roll.
All in.
Let's see if we can give us the name. Let's see what we can guess the meat.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Guess the meat. Neil Patrick Harris is going to be rough.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's a hot dog.
Honest to goodness, I didn't think he'd go breast.
Probably. Yeah. It's probably going to be a foot long, too. Okay, the D. Snyder.
Oh, D. Snyder from Twisted Sister. I'm going to say he's a big game hunter, Dunaway, so I'm going to say it's a bison burger.
I'm going to say it's something very, very spicy because you had to fight for your right to party.
Okay, y'all are both kind of on here.
Song.
Now, the California-based...
That's true. He did go Beastie Boys.
The California-based Grill 'Em All has a sandwich named after him, which consists of a half-pound burger.
Okay.
It's got peanut butter, strawberry jam, bacon, and sriracha sauce on it.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, my sister-in-law and nephew got caught up in that whole Jif deal. People are getting like salmonella from that. They had a big recall. If you got Jif peanut butter, you need to scope that thing out.
Ooh. I had some yesterday for breakfast.
From Jif peanut butter?
Yeah.
You need to be careful with that. Go look at that recall.
Did it get them sick?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Wow.
I feel great.
I feel great.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
I feel great. Did
How
I
long
get
does
$79,000 for it?
typically take to kick
Yeah,
in?
that I don't know. I don't know much about the salmonella process.
When did you have it?
Yesterday morning at about 9:45.
So I'm going to say about 36 hours.
Had it at 9:45 yesterday on cinnamon toast.
Okay,
Jif
Jerry
peanut butter.
Seinfeld. Sandwiches named after celebrities.
He's Jewish, so I'm going to say it.
That's so weird.
What?
You're going to say no pork, right?
No, I mean, he's Jewish, so I'm going to say it's a traditional Jewish deli type sandwich. I'm going to say a pastrami on rye.
I'm going to say he did a show about nothing. It's a sandwich about nothing. It's just a simple ham. It's just ham and cheese.
Dunaway's closer. It is very simple. You're not going to like this one. It's no meat. New York's Peanut Butter and Company has a bagel named after him. It's an open-faced regular bagel with peanut butter, honey, and cinnamon.
I'd take that.
That does sound good.
too. I love peanut butter.
What about the Bruce Lee? I actually
He's aging, Brown. So he would like a low name.
So it's gonna have a
gotta be a wonton,
No,
right?
it's gonna have Asian flair to it. I think it's gonna be soy chicken and Asian slaw.
I think it's once again, this one is so spicy that it makes your lips and your voice not match up. It's out of sync.
It's got a kick to it.
Wow. Actually, I made one of these for Ladybird last night on the grill.
Cheese sandwiches.
Santa Cruz Burger Restaurant has a sandwich, and it consists of ground turkey patty, jalapenos, pineapple, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno aioli.
Ooh, that's not bad. I like that.
Ladybird likes that stuff on the grill.
No, she just had the
sandwich.
turkey burger, but I tried the turkey burger's not good, though.
It's not.
Yeah,
It
I like
isn't.
turkey,
Yeah.
but I just don't like the turkey burger.
Tight shot for us, sir. It'll be like, ooh, that sandwich is really good. I couldn't do it without laughing.
They tell me about your friend.
Get your jokes ready for the last one. This sandwich is named after celebrities. The Dolly Parton.
All right, she's
It's two chicken breasts.
Yes.
Two big
Mountains of
breasts.
turkey.
Yes.
Two big chicken breasts.
All right.
Fox's Deli in Rochester, New York. It consists of a hot turkey sandwich with lettuce, tomato, bacon, mayo, and American cheese.
Oh.
Very traditional.
One of my favorite restaurants in the world, though, all their sandwiches are named after people. That Rodeo Goat in Dallas.
Yeah, I
all their
agree.
burgers are named after people.
I really do wish somebody around here would do a Ryan Brown, and take dressing and put that on the turkey sandwiches. That would be really good. That'd be a great tribute for you.
Oh, turkey and dressing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought you meant like salad dressing. No, the turkey dressing sandwich.
Yeah.
Bates House of Turkey used to do that down there in Greenville.
I always thought that place was overrated.
I agree.
It was just kind of dirty looking inside.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Sterling, I'm challenging you this year to have a special at the restaurant and get some dressing and make a sandwich with your chicken and call it the Ryan Brown just for the holidays.
Turkey and dressing or chicken and dressing, call it the Ryan Brown. I'm all in on that.
And
I'll drive down there and eat it.
Bread, dressing, meat, dressing, bread.
Well, show me how you would build it, though.
Just like that.
Okay.
That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Part of the show continues right now, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light, 0 carbs, 80 calories. 0 carbs and 80 calories wherever you buy your beer, wherever you buy it right now. Pick it up. It's our friends at Bud Light. We roll on here. Conversation going on down in San Antonio with Jimbo Fisher. We'll tell you more about that coming up at the top of the hour today. Justin Thomas wins the PGA Championship, and Alabama softball misses the Super Regional. Those are the two bigger stories out there. We talked earlier about what's going on in the National Football League with Jadeveon Clowney back with the Browns. If I asked you, LT, right now, in that division, do you stack it up Bengals first, Ravens first, Browns first? I'll throw the Steelers out so I don't leave anybody out, but I feel like they're dead last.
Tell me how many games you think Deshaun Watson is allowed to play this year. What will the suspension be?
I say 6 at the max is how many he'll be suspended
6 is a game changer, though.
Yeah, it is a game changer.
I think
a lot of people.
I think it'll settle 4. 6 is the max for me.
You know, some of his accusers are talking to Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel. So it's about to be a big time for this discussion.
Are they really?
Yeah.
This could be a game changer.
Right, it could be, but at the same time, I've heard his side, they're not paying anything out. So if they're not willing to settle.
Right. That's how you end up on Real Sports, right? You realize, well, the money's not coming, so I guess I'll go just spill the beans of what I'm alleging. So this is going to be a big couple weeks in the court of public opinion for him, which is a lot of what the NFL goes on, right?
Yes,
is the court of public opinion.
See, I had not seen that, so this is.
I think it's 2, Jim. There's like 22 total, right? And
so
I think
2 of them are talking.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you would only roll out you would at this point you would roll out your most damaging comments if it looks like you're not going to get any money for your whole group. You'd roll out your most damaging comments to try to get some last minute payment for the lawsuits.
I know he's going to get something, but you got to go back to last year. I mean, some people would say time served. He missed 17 games last year. There are 0 criminal charges. With that said, let's say it's 4 games. With Baker Mayfield, these 4 games, they could be 4-0. This is how they start the season. And then if I'm the Browns, hey, look, we're going to keep Baker around. Let's hope it's 4 games. At the Panthers, Jets at home, Steelers at home, at Falcons.
Oh, that's a great start. You could not design it. It's almost they designed that start for suspension.
And a lot of people said that's what happened, yeah.
And then after that, you've got Chargers, Patriots, at Ravens, Bengals. So, you know what? I'm going to say, to me, man, to me, there's a lot of 11-6s in that division and 10-7s. If Deshaun was playing the full 17, I would go Browns, Ravens, Bengals.
Wow. From the Super Bowl to third in the division.
But I still think it's a 10 or 11 win team.
Yeah. Could they get 3 in the playoffs?
Yeah. Yeah, the NFC West did this year.
My bookie is part of the show now, not your bookie, my bookie. Brown, tell us about my bookie, and we'll set the table for tonight.
MyBookie.ag is where you go, Jimmy Dunaway. MyBookie.ag. Use the code next round and get started. It's very simple. Deposit $300, play with $200 instantly using promo code next round at MyBookie.ag. Sign up now. Secure your first deposit bonus up to $1,000. Whatever you put in, they're going to beat you halfway up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, promo code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag with a promo code next round.
And you see MyBookie lines down at the bottom of the screen. That includes the Celtics, a favorite tonight as they take on the Heat. Also the Lightning and Avalanche, favorites in hockey tonight. LT will have a lock coming up later on. Braves in action at 6:20. Got a little night baseball as well going on the Major League Baseball Network. So a good night for sports on this Monday. I've always wondered why in this whole process, why we're not throwing a Monday night USFL game out there.
I don't know. It's a good question.
It seems like it would be ripe for good television ratings on the Monday night for the USFL.
I would agree. You know, the national games have gotten somewhere around 1 million viewers, and that's going head-to-head with everything else, you know, whether it's the Kentucky Derby or PGA Tour events, NASCAR events, NFL Draft, NBA playoffs. I mean, it is a crowded sports weekend. You would have a standalone against regular season baseball.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's what you're beating head-to-head a lot of times is the Sunday night baseball game on ESPN.
I did watch some of the games Saturday night, but a lot of times on weekends, Brown said May is such a chaotic month. Fridays and Saturdays, I've got some kind of activity typically. Monday night would be probably the best time for me to view.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, when we come back, Jimbo Fisher, was that, you saw some of that interview. Was that a today, this morning interview? Was it over the weekend?
It was over the weekend that just aired last night as part of like a Sunday sit-down for a station in San Antonio.
Right. So San Antonio TV has an exclusive interview with Jimbo Fisher. Now, this is after what he did last week. This is like the circle back around and ask him the question again, what Jimbo Fisher is telling San Antonio television on their Sunday sports wrap locker room show. We'll tell you what he said. Pretty interesting stuff from Jimbo Fisher coming up in the final hour. Stay with us.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged-up raspberry lemonade-flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good, though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm going to make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final 58 minutes of the show today. Final hour. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester. And you know how we do this thing. We don't beat things into the ground too much, and we haven't spent all day talking about Jimbo versus Nick, but sometimes new things come up, and you want to get back to that, so we'll do that in a second. But first, can I just make an observation? Either it's the easiest money ever made in gambling, which usually isn't the case.
Cannot wait to hear this.
But everywhere you go, NC State's over-under win total line is insane. Bet online. NC State's win total, 8.5.
Well, it's just because of the brand.
But so you're saying easy over is what you're saying.
It seems like the easiest money in the world.
Yeah, it does seem like an easy over.
Well, I gave you their non-conference.
Yeah, that's 4-0.
Their non-conference is at East Carolina, Charleston Southern, Texas Tech, UConn.
Yeah, that's 4-0.
They're hosting Texas Tech, UConn, and Charleston Southern, obviously.
Now, they've got to go to Clemson this year. They're not winning that game. They're not beating Clemson back-to-back years, so that's one loss.
And then they host Florida State.
They're winning that game.
Then they're at the JMA Wireless Dome in Syracuse. That's gonna flow right off the tongue.
It's never going to be called anything but the Carrier Dome until you burn it to the ground.
Yep. They host Virginia Tech.
That's a win.
They host Wake. Tough game there now.
Tough game, but that's a win.
They host BC.
Win.
At Louisville.
Tough game, but win.
At North Carolina, which was a wild game last year.
Yeah. Tough game, but win.
I mean, NC State 8.5 over under, Wake Forest 8.5. Which feels more? Which do you feel more comfortable with?
I feel more comfortable with NC State.
I mean, I right there is 11-1. I think you've still got margin for the two difficult games, Wake and Louisville, to lose those 9-3. You're still in the money.
Yeah, Wake's out of conference is Army VMI. Boy, they go very military in there out of conference, don't they? Army VMI at Vandy and Liberty. That's Wake's non-conference.
Yeah,
so that feels like 4 wins too.
Yeah. Liberty is actually. It's the military is used for Liberty, and Vandy uses an anchor, so their entire
you got
there postseason.
You got there.
Dave Duran, I think, is a good coach. Dave Clawson is maybe the most underrated coach in college football.
Really good coach. Jim does not like the offense.
But it's 8.5 minus what? 150? It's got to be a minus.
It doesn't have just win totals.
I will sneak my way into that, getting some of that 8.5.
You will?
Yeah, I'm sure Devin Leary will blow his knee first game.
Yeah, something. And it's just weird seeing Virginia Tech's win total at 6.5. Just weird seeing that kind of stuff. All right, this hour of the show, including our headlines here, brought to you by our friends at Creekside Barbecue.
Now, we were talking to break how good Creekside is. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain, centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs out there. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. Just stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online to check out the menu today, creekside-bbq.com.
Justin Thomas comes back from 7 down to win the PGA Championship, his second major for the former Alabama golfer. Alabama baseball wins 2 of 3 from number 5 Arkansas to secure their spot in the SEC tournament. So Alabama plays the first game of the tournament tomorrow morning, 9:30 against Georgia. Auburn plays the last game of the day against Kentucky, and there are 4 single elimination games there tomorrow. Arkansas, A&M, Tennessee, and LSU get a bye. And if you just want to know how competitive SEC baseball is, Mississippi State won the national championship last year. This year, they're not even in the SEC tournament.
That is pretty remarkable fall. I mean, that really is. To go from everything to nothing.
Yeah, and I don't even think they're that bad of a baseball team.
I mean, is that the equivalent of winning a national championship and missing a bowl game?
Yeah, that's exactly what it would be. Because I assume since they didn't make the SEC tournament, they're probably not going to make the NCAA tournament.
I mean, I don't see how. That'd be 12 SEC teams and then another one.
So this is Gene Chizik.
Speaking of historic, Alabama softball misses the Super Regionals for the first time in program history as Stanford wins a deciding Game 7 yesterday at that regional. Florida, Mississippi State, and Arkansas advance on the softball side. We've already told you about basketball and hockey happening tonight. Now let's jump into what we talked about all of the end of last week, and that's Nick Saban's comments about NIL, name, image, and likeness, in the Texas A&M recruiting class. Again, from our friends at AL.com, for those that may have missed it last week or been on vacation, here's what Nick Saban said that sort of started a firestorm discussion about name, image, and likeness and how it should be used or allowed to be used in recruiting.
You've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first. A&M bought every player on their team, made a deal for name, image, and likeness. All right, we didn't buy one player. All right, but I don't know if we're going to be able to sustain that in the future because more and more people are doing it.
Okay, so that's Nate Oates and some idiot to the other side of him watching Nick Saban talk about Texas A&M. So, Brown, you have stumbled across something that ran on San Antonio television last night.
This is KSAT TV in San Antonio. They do like a Sunday sit-down type thing, right? And their big sports anchor guy is going to sit down with Jimbo Fisher, and you're going to hear the questions. This is just an uncut interview. What you're also going to hear, and I don't know who this is, off camera, somebody is trying to stop Jimbo Fisher. I don't know if it's a Texas A&M handler. That's what I'm assuming. It looks like Jimbo's showing up for some sort of booster event here, and he's agreed to do this interview. And they start down this NIL road, and you can see Jimbo doesn't really want to talk about it. And the handler keeps trying to shut Jimbo down. And at some point, you're going to hear Jimbo say, "I'll handle this."
Oh, wow.
To the handler. Yeah, so this gets a little contentious.
So KSAT Sports, it's their instant replay San Antonio show that runs on Sunday night. So at some point, Jimbo's actually telling we assume his SID who travels with him.
It sounds like a female, and his SID's a male, so I don't know who this would be.
Okay, so somebody who is with Jimbo, I'll handle this. Let's listen in.
Did the name, likeness, and image rule figure in any way at all into your decision to expand your contract? Did you give yourself a second thought about, do I really want to deal with this for that much longer, or is it just something you're having to adapt to regardless?
And rules are always changing. That had nothing to do with it. And name, image, and likeness, I keep saying this about recruiting. And I just researched this. Of the 11 guys we have in placing that came early, one guy has an NIL deal.
Really?
Yes.
Just one?
Just one. So all these stories you're hearing are complete lies.
Well, now,
because
what happened over the last 48 hours?
Nothing, and it never happened before. Because it was written on social media, and it started with the Bro Bible sliced bread deal.
Right.
So everybody believed it. Nick, all the people obviously believed it. I went and checked with our compliance people because we have nothing to do with it. One guy.
Of the 11?
Yes. Of the early enrollees. Of the early enrollees.
Gotcha. So that said, what is all this dust up about then?
Great point.
I've just got to ask you, were you shocked that this came up? Because you just told me you only had one.
I said that about a while ago. It's like, that's why I made the original one back in February when they said we had $35 million in the thing. That's all false. It was written on social media so everybody believes it. And you got news channels believing it. Hey, big people believing it. And you believed it.
Well, and Nick Saban believed it, obviously.
Well, he's not news. You're news. You're media. Do you guys not research?
But
I'm asking you, did you do your research?
You just...
No. So you can't answer. So you just assumed. And that's the way this world goes now. As soon as it's written on social media and someone says it, you believe it. So where does that put you as guys as reporters?
Where does that put coaches like Nick Saban who know better, if that's the case?
Where does that put reporters at?
So you're defending Nick Saban?
No, I'm asking you guys to put it out in the media. Just hold on. I ain't getting into this.
No, I understand. But I just wanted, is this change?
It's because social media and media put it out. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
You believed it. You just asked me.
Sure. Does that change anything?
What's it change? Nothing has changed in the beginning. Truth. What's the truth? Nobody wants the truth. You want a story and a click and a hit. What's the next question? See, I threw you off your game right now. Well, you're off your game. You're out of questions.
Definitely not out of questions.
Yeah.
So how does that change the?
Doesn't change anything. Because I know the truth, and I've always known the truth. That's why.
Then why would he make that accusation?
Have to ask him. Just let me handle it.
Why would he make that accusation, though? If it's
why did you make that accusation?
I didn't make any accusations.
I don't know. You have to ask him.
Has he apologized to you at all?
No, we haven't talked.
Would you accept his public apology?
I said we're not talking.
But he publicly apologized. Do you accept that?
I didn't read it. I don't read social media.
We said it on Sirius XM, but whatever.
I don't listen to radio. I don't listen to that.
Gotcha. Do you think this is of what happened over the last 48 hours? Do you think this is somewhat of a snapshot of a bigger picture problem?
I have no idea.
When it comes to the NIL?
I have no idea. NIL wasn't a problem.
Right. Why are the Aggies so good at this? In other words,
we're not.
Oh, really? You don't think you guys are more organized and more than any other university?
Mm-mm.
You don't think that would not have been somewhat of a motivation of why he did what he did?
I don't know. You have to ask him.
Gotcha. Is there anything you'd like to add to the last 48 hours that have happened here?
Yeah, there was one deal.
There's one deal. That was it. And those all.
And I checked on that. And I checked on that from our compliance. That's where it goes.
And that's all 11 of the early signees.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Okay. Fascinating discussion there on KSAT down in San Antonio. The rest of that interview next Sunday night on their Instant Replay San Antonio.
He just comes across like a dick. I mean,
it's just
it's almost petty.
It's a little unhinged.
Yeah. And that was calculated.
Yeah.
Like, slept on the overnight, I'm going to have a press conference the next morning, and just full out flamethrower with no notes. He knew he was going on that show, and he knew he was going to challenge your part of the media.
Yeah.
But in all fairness, now, not that I'm going to sit here and pick sides in this, but in all fairness, he's at least the truth the way he sees it or believes it. And again, I'm not going to claim I've researched it because I haven't. So I got to take him at face value that he's saying of the 11 guys who have come in already, part of this great recruiting class, they've got one NIL deal in place right now. Now, I think a lot of this will end up being what? When payments start going out,
semantics.
when signatures are signed.
One thing I would say about that is, how did he not come out the next day with his press conference and say that?
That's right.
Yeah. So that reporter's supposed to know there's only one. Jimbo, you didn't even know the next day because you would have led with that.
Yeah, that would have been the first thing out of your mouth. 1 and 11. I don't understand. I don't understand how they're scoring that at home. 1 of 11. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because those are early enrollees. I mean, were they guaranteed something and it hasn't started yet? Is he suggesting or saying that they've not been guaranteed anything? These guys came here because they love Texas A&M. I hope they all get a deal, but only one of them has one right now.
Are there 10 guys there who are surprised? Wait, I don't have anything in writing right now?
I don't know. Yeah. That interview got so off the rails.
Yeah, if I'm one of those parents, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, my kid was promised. Whoa. There's a reason he left high school a little early.
I guess it's important that he did say one. That way, can always every parent that calls. So you're the one.
That's right.
You're the one.
As long as he doesn't sign brothers or twins, he's all right. I don't. That interview got so far off the rails because Jimbo turned it into basically the media is not doing their job.
Yeah.
Man, that was crazy.
Well, but in all fairness, I get into discussions all the time that I have to trust other people have done their jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, we've said for years, we don't break news on this show. We're not news breakers 99.5% of the time.
I believe what I read. I really do. Yeah. Now, I don't know if I'm going to believe Bro Bible and sliced bread when it gets that deep.
But if Bruce Feldman says it at The Athletic, I take Bruce for what it is.
And I think the disturbing thing is watching, he doesn't have any composure at all. And it has been days since this thing has gone by. And for him to tell his compliance, I got this. It's just a terrible look.
Yeah, I mean, that kept boiling. You noticed that, right? First it was the hand, then it's, I got it.
Do you think you would ever see Nick Saban do something like that?
Let me handle that.
Well, the audible sigh, she goes,
I know, you did. And
I cringed. You saw me during it. I cringed when he did that. It makes me cringe.
I don't think you would see Nick Saban doing it because I don't think you got anybody that's going around trying to limit what Nick Saban says, which I find really interesting here that now this is a complete step out on a limb by me, okay? I couldn't see who was away from the camera, but let me tell you what that felt like. And I've seen enough of these that I think I got a pretty good handle on this. That felt like you had his normal football media relations guy that goes everywhere with him, right? And then you had another university person that's university PR, or maybe even from a firm the university hires that's like, we got to make sure we don't say the wrong thing here, right? We feel like we like where we are, but let's don't screw it up by saying the wrong thing. And it felt like that, didn't it, Dunaway? That maybe that's somebody that's kind of tacked onto the traveling party to make sure this goes the right way.
Yeah, or, somebody's hosting the event and set up this interview for him to do with the great San Antonio station who may have promoted the event.
Yeah.
And promised Jimbo we wouldn't get into this.
Right. And now that we're into it, I got it.
Yeah.
Another question he should have asked him was, well, then how did you end up with the number one class?
Well,
gotta ask him.
I sliced bread.
What is more believable? One of 11 early enrollees have NIL deals, or what Nick Saban stated last Wednesday, that they paid every one of their players?
I don't think they paid every one of them.
Well, I think
that's more likely.
I think we're getting into, if a collective is paying the players, is that technically an NIL deal?
Well, I mean, in today's world, there hasn't been that definition of what NIL is. We know that the school can't pay the player, but Greg Sankey came out this weekend and he was talking about somebody. He said, we've gotten to the point where people are getting paid, but there's no NIL really. They're just getting paid.
Right.
So who's he talking about?
And see, that's what I've always thought. I thought there would have to be a horse before the cart. Like, in order for you to get paid, you had to provide some service.
Yeah, I'm Quinn Ewers for Big Chevy in Austin.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's a Chevy and $10,000.
That's right. But I got to do the TV commercial to get it. It's not just.
Right. Yeah, I never saw a world like this coming. I really didn't.
I didn't either. To where
because it's still so easy to get them NIL money by doing a commercial one time, and they get it for the entire season.
Why did we not see this coming? I mean, what about this? It doesn't scream college football. I'm with you. I thought the same thing Dunaway thought. I thought we would see college football players all over the place doing TV commercials.
Yeah.
And we almost see none of that.
Yep. That's exactly what I thought it would be. I thought every commercial on our show would be a athlete from Alabama, Auburn, or UAB saying, hey, I'm so-and-so, tight end for UAB.
Yeah.
And I still call Alabama my home. Sweet home.
I mean, I did. I thought that's what it would be. And really, truthfully, I don't want to give out information on the air, but I thought we'd one day we'd pack up our microphone, we'd roll down to Auburn, and we'd record 100 commercials and run them all year long.
I thought it might be a moneymaker for us.
I
really did.
And we were just going to say, all right, Bo, just say I'm Bo Nix 4, then pause, and we'll insert the advertisement.
Hey, where did you get that clip, by the way? How has that not gotten more mainstream?
I was a little surprised because that was last night, and I just stumbled across it
LT,
on
that
Twitter.
came from KSAT.
That's right.
Yeah, but
San Antonio's news leader.
You and I were just in the back office, one of the back offices here, and it was Stephen A. It was
recorded earlier
Marcus
today.
Spears.
Yeah.
But they're still talking about this. But why not have that video involved?
It's coming. It'll be on later today. They're calling KSAT right now, wanting to see if they can see the entire interview. The rest of the interview on San Antonio Sports Leader instant replay next Sunday night as they continue on.
So the girl didn't shut down the interview. We know because there's a second part.
I thought the old man held himself pretty well.
The guy back there,
the guy that was interviewing him.
Well, he got a little flustered. Jimbo got him off his game a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he expect that, but
no, he did not at all.
He got back on it, though. It was off for a little bit when Jimbo was patting himself on the back.
Yeah, all very interesting to see where
he
this
should
goes.
have just shifted it. Hey, man, how do you beat Alabama and you lose 4 games in the same year? How in the hell can you pay this much money and not get quarterback right? Quarterback should be the easiest one to get right.
You've solved the Alabama problem. Can you solve the Mississippi State and Arkansas problem now?
That one ain't going away either. He plays them again this year.
Hey, part of the show being brought to you by LT's Ride, exclusive auto wholesale. Hi, I'm Lance Taylor, tight end for UAB for Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
I bet our friend Drew Shields could hook up some of these universities that need cars for their athletes. I'm telling you, the inventory is incredible out there. They've got anything and everything you want. If you need something they don't have, Drew Shields is a guy that can locate it because he works with state to state. He's done business in basically every state. But Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they will make it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.com. You can also stop by, see that incredible showroom, 2630 Pelham Parkway. That's 2630 Pelham Parkway. And make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
You guys have questions, we'll give you at least our opinions. We don't know if they're answers after LT tells you about Dr. B. Man, it was good seeing Dr. B up here on Friday.
Dr. B is a lot of fun. How about the guy who used to bartend up in New York in one of the boroughs for guys like Jimmy the Gent and the real Goodfellas guys? Pretty amazing. Guy's full of stories, incredible at what he does. And for me, he's trying to get my hair back. I asked around about this time last year. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy to call. We set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. It's a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting, went over the options. We chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which I actually did from the couch again last night. We're going to be able to see the thickness and health of my hair increase over the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
You guys have several comments, both on Twitter at Next Round Live and over in the chat room as you watch us on Twitch and on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter today. Charles, one of our great female listeners, that clip will be the fuel for all the big sports investigative reporters to investigate the claim of one of the 11. Once you start throwing numbers out, then that gives them a guideline to say, well, you said one of 11.
That's right.
KSAT, 6 on your side, has found out that all 11 had deals, or this or that.
You know, I find it very interesting. Jimbo keeps... not skirting the questions, but he keeps answering with caveats. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Like this time, it was, only one of our 11 early enrollees has an agreement.
That's right.
Well, why did you limit to early enrollees? That's a natural follow-up question. Okay, that's fine, but why are you just talking about the early enrollees? Yeah. What about the rest of your class?
Well, they're not on campus yet, is what I would say.
Yeah, so they don't have deals.
I don't know. They're not on campus yet. We don't handle any NIL deal before they're on campus.
But you ask your compliance director about early enrollees, guys that are on campus. They answer that, but they
there are students now. So
I know, but
they're under our compliance.
But your compliance directors don't know about guys that aren't on campus yet.
Not until they arrive. We can't recruit them with NIL.
You see how easy you can get in trouble answering these questions, right?
I thought I gave a pretty good answer.
You
there.
did, but if an investigative
in fact,
reporter
I'm better
gets
at this than Jimbo.
Well, you don't seem unhinged.
But I'm also asking, you're asking me why I didn't do my research. Why didn't you do your research?
Yeah.
You came out guns blazing the very next day.
That would have been a great question.
Very next day, and you didn't know that one of your 11 had NIL deals.
And the other caveat he used was in his original press conference when he said, not one thing have we done is illegal in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
That was just such an interesting caveat to me that he might not have meant anything by that, but it's perfectly legal here in the state of Alabama. What does that insinuate?
That's right. Well, there's a lot of things that you can do in the state of Nevada that you can't do in the state of Alabama.
or the other 49.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I thought that was weird back when he did that too in the state of Texas.
Right.
So you're not saying it's not illegal with the NCAA. You're saying it's not illegal in the state of Texas.
That's right. It's not against NCAA rules. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying it's perfectly legal in the state of Texas.
I'm calling complete bullshit because here's another thing. If you're a recruit or a recruit's dad, mom, uncle, and you're talking to Jimbo Fisher and he wants your kid, hey, you've got 11 guys that are early enrollees. Tell me about their NIL. These are natural questions. Yeah. Jimbo might have nothing to do with actually paying the player, but he's supposed to know these NIL deals.
You would have melted him if the old KSAT reporter there had fired back with your question. If he'd have said, "Really, only one of the 11? Why did you not bring that up at your news conference the other day?" And if you just sat back and watched his eyes roll in the back of his head,
what would he have said?
I don't know. It would have the tilt would have come up like the old pinball machine. Oh, God, why didn't I say that?
But you guys...
He'd have looked over to the lady he just shushed. Why didn't I say that?
Wouldn't you say...
She'd have gone, shh.
I don't know how he's supposed to answer this, but if you ask Nick Saban, if your kid is getting recruited by Nick Saban right now, do you think Nick Saban could tell you, yeah, these athletes are getting NIL deals?
Well, let me, probably
because that's one of the most important things now for these kids.
Now, the coach is not supposed to be involved in that.
But you can say that. We're not involved, but our guys, from what I hear...
Yeah, from what I'm told, 1 of 11, 12 of 11, or 10 of 12, whatever, 12 of 11. The other side of this, Jimbo, too, this is what's complicated for him. He doesn't, I don't think, for more reasons than just what Nick Saban's talking about, word getting out on this on Jimbo, because what happens if you give a stray cat milk?
It comes around.
Yeah, every single time, right?
Keeps coming back for more.
So if every big high school recruit hears that there was a $35 million NIL fund that helped sign this class, what does every big recruit want part of in their time?
Yeah. Oh, they're telling their guys, hey, I'm visiting Texas A&M this week. I'll tell you how many millions I'm getting on Monday when I come back to school.
And I think Jimbo himself knows that that's not sustainable. I mean, you can have a ton of money, but guys, if we're talking about $35 million every signing class, and it's only going to grow from there. That's not sustainable.
Oh, I think they could do it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, you're talking $35 million every sign. You do that every year now.
Well, you think about it like this. Okay, so I would put it in this perspective. If I was a billionaire, I've never understood people paying these players, but if I was a billionaire and I knew I could give $1 million to the Rams to make sure they were competitive every year, I would do it.
Yeah.
So all you've got to do, there's 35 billionaires that back Texas A&M. You ask for $1 million a year, they're going to do it.
That's
they're
exactly right.
The bucket.
It's sustainable at some places.
I think it is.
Yeah, very much so. Jeff says, hilarious. Y'all hate Jimbo. I love it. We don't hate Jimbo. We love Jimbo. In fact, we have a T-shirt that you can buy right now. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. We love Jimbo. Make sure you got your October 8th T-shirt ready to go. The grudge match or the hot selling Hick versus Nick. Right there, nextround.store. Nextround.store. Special pricing if you buy early ahead of the October 8th date in Tuscaloosa.
And for the record, I don't hate Jimbo. I've just always said I never believed he was an elite coach. And I think right now, this is a bad look because a coach that has been in the business this long, a guy that has won a national championship, I'll give him that, you got to be able to keep your composure, and he's just all over the place right now.
Like there is a reason why I don't get in heated debates with even you guys on the show often unless I have my facts lined up in front of me is because I am really horrible in debates. I get off path. I get all jittery. I cannot make a point. I'm a lot like Jimbo in that discussion. He is now in a situation where he's got to defend a very in-depth, big topic, and I don't think he's built for it, much like I'm not built for it.
Well, you can't get emotional in some of these debates. You gotta know your facts, and you got to be composed. He's getting really emotional now. And the problem is, if it's more than 1-11, and I think one of you guys said this, people are going to find out.
Yeah, a lot to get to. 2 more full segments here, including LT's 4 downs. That's still to come. Lock of the Day every day is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. The name Birmingham is trusted since 1954. You hear Hemphill a lot here on the show, and maybe you don't know yet, but Hemphill can take care of all your plumbing needs. They can take care of all your cooling and heating needs. And they fix it right, fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. You can't beat that. Adam and Chad, they've been doing this a long time. It's a family business here. They care about the community. In fact, if you call them up, they'll give you a great price, a fair price, a great deal. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. You got to play yet tonight? You're going to send it out later at the Lance Taylor.
This is kind of disgusting, but just roll with me on this. 5:35 tonight, Colorado at Pittsburgh. The Rockies have lost 10 of 13 overall. JT Brubaker's on the hill tonight for the Pirates.
The Rockies have lost that many?
Yeah. But Brubaker, he's 0-4 with a 5.50 ERA. He gets his first win tonight. I like the Pirates. It's minus 142, laying a little bit of change here. But, again, chalk doesn't matter as long as you win. So
You're taking the Pirates in a lock, and the guy's 0-4 and a 5-something ERA.
Yep, sure am.
That is trustworthy right there. That is the lock of the day.
By the way, I was terrible in baseball this weekend. 2-0 in match play.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. 2-0 in match play, and we had Golden State last night.
Yeah, that's the lock brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. Just remember the name Hemphill. All right, coming up, we'll do our 4 downs. Also, Matt Hayes with an interesting story today. He says Nick Saban is speaking up because he knows the end is near. What Matt Hayes means about that in our final segment today, all right here on the show that's brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call school, call home while you're at college, it's the University of Montevallo. Your son or daughter right now getting ready to explore, tour colleges, Montevallo should be on their list. The University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. U.S. News and World Report raves about the tuition price there. In fact, they haven't raised the tuition at Montevallo for 5 straight years now. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Our friends at MyBookie getting ready for another big week of the NBA and the NHL as we continue to get closer to the NBA championships. I mean, Golden State's going to have a little time off if they can finish things up tomorrow night. They're up 3-0 on Dallas, and if a Celtics team wins tonight, like they're slight favorites, about a 6.5-point favorite tonight, that series is going to be 2-2. You could have Golden State sitting and watching while the other goes a full 7 games. A little rest for the old guys out by the bay. MyBookie can get you anything, though.
MyBookie.ag. Use the code NEXTROUND. Run lines, money lines, props galore. Nobody gives you more than MyBookie.ag. Deposit $300. Play with $200 instantly using the promo code NEXTROUND. In fact, they will match your first deposit bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag when you use this code, Next Round. Make sure to put that code in there so that they'll match whatever you put in halfway up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag, the code Next Round.
Well, Rocky, if I make you a $100 bet, I'll take, he says Aaron Donald at some point in 4 downs today. Will you take that bet? I have not seen the questions.
Well, I don't know. Is there a story about Aaron Donald? It's his birthday.
It is his birthday.
Yeah, Aaron, 100%.
Yeah, it is his birthday. 4 downs every day is brought to you by Vulcan Tires. It could be the greatest player in the NFL's birthday today. Surprisingly, I have him at 31. Is that right?
He is 31 years old, yeah.
31.
Surprising you think he's older.
I did think he was older. He's got a lot more games if he wants it. He was talking retirement at one point last year.
I never believed that. That came out Super Bowl, and it was Steve Smith that brought that up.
Yeah, so Vulcan Tires brings you the 4 downs, 4 great locations, and a 5th one coming soon.
Yeah, soon to be in Pell City. Stop by one of those great locations. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family, or you can go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, let me pull them here. First one, let's go. Moving forward, more major championships. Justin Thomas or Will Zalatoris?
You know, it's funny. Friday we did Justin Thomas major championships or Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl appearances. Patrick's going to need another Super Bowl now.
I took Mahomes.
Yeah, we both did, I think.
He's going to have to catch up now, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Justin Thomas. Much like a media member, I did no research on it at all, but I'm going to go by Brown's word that Zalatoris can't putt. And Justin Thomas is good at putting.
Well, he struggles to putt. Thomas is good. Thomas is good at everything. Zalatoris will win majors.
He doesn't look like he gets rattled.
He really doesn't.
Yeah.
That was a clutch par putt he made on 18
God.
just to get in the clubhouse in the playoffs.
Dude, he almost put it in. He almost holed out because at one time, I guess Zalatoris thought he had to hole out because of the lead that...
he did not know Pereira was going to melt down behind him. So, he was trying to hole out. But then he still made the putt to at least clinch a spot in the playoff. I would go JT here.
Second down.
Better chance of happening. Tiger wins a major this year, or the Mavericks come back and become the first team in NBA history to overcome an 0-3 deficit.
That's more likely.
You think more likely the Mavericks?
Yeah, more likely for the Mavericks. I mean, Tiger's a long way off.
Neither will happen. I would say Tiger getting it together at the British Open. It's a flatter, shorter course.
So too. I mean, Golden State's just better team.
Mavericks aren't going to win 4 games.
It's a flatter course that will be much easier for him to walk. There's no doubt about that. It's a place where he has won before. He knows that course backward and forwards. If he's going to win one, it will be that one, yes.
Could you see him not playing the U.S. Open, which is next, right?
Yeah, it is in June on Father's Day.
And then being ready to roll in July.
I mean, there's a month apart. I think if you made him choose U.S. Open or British, I think he probably thinks my odds of winning the British are better. I'll sit out the U.S. If that's what it took, yes, I could see him doing that. I don't know the word to that point, though. I don't know if that helps him at all.
Yeah, but I don't think there's an option for the Mavericks. They cannot win. Clean read. They cannot win 4 games in a row.
Third down.
I love a clean read out of Dunaway, though.
Better career, Albert Pujols or Steph Curry?
Pujols has how many championships?
He's got 2.
2?
Mm-hmm.
And Curry's got 3.
It's Steph Curry for me, Brown, not to jump in too quickly here, because Steph Curry and that team changed the way basketball was played at every level. They showed that you can win without a big man. You can win shooting threes. They were the Splash Brothers. They changed the way basketball was played there. It has changed the way it's played in the entire league, where you even have the Celtics shooting 53s in a playoff game. It's the way colleges play now. It's the way Nate Oates coaches. Steph Curry, that was an iconic team that changed the way basketball was played. Albert Pujols is one of the greatest of all time, but Steph Curry is the answer for me.
Steph Curry is the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the NBA.
He is.
And I don't know that you would say Albert Pujols is the greatest at anything in Major League Baseball, as great a career as he's had. One of the best hitters we've ever seen, but, I mean, he's not the best hitter we've ever seen. So I would go Steph Curry.
I think I'd go Pujols.
Really?
Well, Pujols has got more MVPs.
Okay.
He's got 3. He's got 1 less championship, probably soon to be 2 less championships. But Pujols, almost 700 home runs. He's a 297 lifetime hitter, which is amazing.
3,000 RBIs.
3,000 RBIs. And this is a guy, Barry Bonds and Albert Pujols are really the only 2 guys that I can remember were completely feared when they came to the plate. There was a good 3 or 4 year window when Pujols was feared.
Yeah.
And you don't get that, even with a guy like Mike Trout now.
Pujols was so good. He was so far off the plate. He could get you on the inside pitch, but he's such a big man that he could also cover the outside part of the plate, too. Dominant hitter.
Have you all seen the guy pitch, though? He's awful.
Yeah, he's a bad pitcher.
Fourth down.
I've never seen Steph dunk, though.
That's true. Good point.
Terrible celebrity birthdays today. You brought up
Aaron Donald,
the best player in football. But how about this? Jewel is 48.
Which shocks me that she's only 48. That cannot be right.
That's right.
She's been around for a while, man.
And Drew Carey is 64. Better career, Jewel or Drew Carey?
Gosh.
It's Jewel.
I think I'd go Drew Carey.
I got Drew Carey.
I think I might go Drew Carey too.
I mean, he hosted Price is Right after Bob Barker. It was a pretty
Still
big spot.
hosting Price is
Still
Right.
hosting. He had his own The Drew Carey show on ABC that had a decent run.
Hosted Whose Line Is It Anyway?
I liked Whose Line Is It
Yeah.
Anyway. It was a funny show. I'd go Drew Carey.
I mean, that's a reboot of a show that was back in my childhood. Joan Collins, 89 today.
Joan Collins, Lance.
Joe Collins used to be hot back in the day.
Devin Aramashodu.
From Auburn?
From Auburn is
Yeah,
38
what's
today.
his last name?
He's showing up on that.
Aramashodu. You have to dig a little bit, but same website. Buck Showalter, 66. And Fran McCaffrey, everyone's favorite coach to hate, 63.
More successful Fran Drescher or Fran McCaffrey?
I'd go Fran Drescher.
I would too. How annoying was that voice?
Oh my God.
That's 4 Downs.
She was sneaky hot too back in the day.
Brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, take the vehicle by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, a little overview on what Matt Hayes wrote today at Saturday Down South. Do you think, Brownie and LT, the end is near? That's why Nick Saban is saying this. He sees the end. What you guys think about that next, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Later today, 4 to 6, have your alerts on. Make sure you're liking and subscribing us on every platform. On the video platform, we'll be at Beef O'Brady's, just off of I-459, Highway 150 in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. Later today, 4 to 6 Central Time, as we'll be doing a specialty show getting ready for the SEC baseball tournament. Alabama in action 9:30 tomorrow with the first game. Auburn in action tomorrow night, the final game of day one. Tuesday's action at the SEC tournament. We'll see you either in person at Beef O'Brady 4 to 6 today or on our video platform. Final segment of the show brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right, they put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South writes his very popular First and 10 segment every Monday. The headline today, Nick Saban knows the end is near, ... and he's lashing out. And in the first segment, he says, listen, it's not the end of college football as we know it, but the beginning of the end of Alabama's dynastic hold on the sport. And he talks about how Nick Saban's a guy who can that preaches control what you can control. And for the first time in his career, recruiting has gotten to a point where he can't control it because of name, image, and likeness. And that's why he said what he said last week.
Maybe so. I mean, it's funny to say that in a year where he finished second in recruiting to Texas A&M.
Yeah, and was runner-up in the national championship game.
So it is weird to paint it that way, that he's lost his ability to control all this. He was still number 2.
I'm still not buying it. He's the best recruiter we've ever seen.
I think he'll adapt.
He'll adapt. Yeah, he didn't adapt year one, and he was still number 2, as you point out.
That's right. And now maybe he is trying to leverage his voice to change the way the rules work so that it will still benefit him. I don't doubt that at all. But in the event it doesn't, he's going to find a way to adapt.
Well, if I'm an Alabama fan, the thing that scares me is there's a good chance they win a national championship this year.
Well, that is, all these people who say the end is near or whatever you're going to say, they're the favorites to win it all this year, which can really change the way all of this is discussed in the history books later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be going on 72 after he wins a national championship, if he wins one this year, and he could be like, hell, I'm done with this, man. I don't want to deal with this NIL anymore, and just pack it up and go home. I mean, sooner than later, he's got to do that anyway.
I'm an 8-time national champion, 7 times at Alabama. I've passed Bear Bryant overall, and now I've passed him at Alabama. There'd be nothing left for him to do, and he could ride off into the sunset.
But
something a lot of people have been predicting since 2012.
I was about to say, plenty of those columns have been written, that this is going to be the end of it for Nick Saban for whatever reason. A lot of people thought NIL would be the end of it for him. He embraced that. He just maybe hasn't embraced it to the level Jimbo Fisher has for one of 11 early enrollees. According to Jimbo, one of 11 early enrollees. Again, I think he's probably trying to get this dialed back a little bit. I think he's using his leverage to do that.
Or at least have some well-defined guidelines.
Right. But in the event he can't get that to happen, I do think the guy will adapt. It's what he's always done.
And again, at that event, I'm sitting there looking around at every big business person and company in Central Alabama was represented in that room, because they're the people that brought the World Games to Birmingham, and that's what that whole event was for. And to me, I go back to this every time. He did mention others by specifics, but I think he was talking more about Alabama. If this is the way the rules are going to be, this is what we've got to do. This is what we have to become if we're going to stay competitive.
Yeah, and that's what Primetime said. That's what Deion eventually said, is he wasn't talking to me and Jimbo Fisher. He was talking to that room, which probably tells me somebody, either Nick Saban or around Nick Saban, called Prime and said, this is what he was trying to do.
And again, he shouldn't have singled them out. I'm glad he did, because now we're getting Jimbo.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, again, we'll talk more about it in our specialty show this afternoon from Beef O'Brady's 4 to 6. Make sure you watch it, and or just go back and watch it later tonight, either live or on replay. And then we'll continue to follow the saga of Jimbo Fisher. KSAT with the latest interview with Jimbo Fisher. It is worth your time. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.